Revised resolution for the CM job description. Hi, welcome all to the special meeting of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista, Tuesday, January 21st at 5:01. Calling the meeting to order. Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Aranda, will you start us off, please?
Let us begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. May I have a roll call, please? Councilmember Aranda,
Here.
Councilmember Frios,
Here.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Here.
Mayor Jordan. Here. Thank you. The council will be going to closed session to discuss a couple of items. Do we have public comment on those items only?
Nope, no hands raised and nobody on Zoom, Mayor.
Thank you very much. See you in an hour. Sure. For closed session, we're discussing and conferring with legal counsel on an existing litigation, Orozco versus the City of San Juan Bautista, and a discussion conference with legal counsel on existing litigation, Kurosaki versus the City of San Juan Bautista. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the regular session of the City Council, Tuesday, January 21st, 2025 meeting. It is 6:01. City Attorney, can you please report out on our earlier meeting?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council and members of the public. The City Council did meet in closed session on item 2A, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation, Orozco versus City of San Juan Bautista, California Government Code Section 54956.9D1. The City Attorney reported the status of the matter to the council, and there's nothing to report out. Item 2A, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation, Kurosaki versus City of San Juan Bautista, California Government Code Section 54956.9D1. City Attorney also reported to the City Council regarding the status of that matter, received direction, and there's nothing to report out.
Thank you very much. And for some reason, these microphones don't sound as loud as they used to, so if we can all talk into them. Proclamations, Black History Month. Councilmember Morris Lopez, can you please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
present?
Yes, Black History Month 2025. Whereas during Black History Month, we honor the extraordinary contributions made by African Americans throughout the history of our republic, and we renew our commitment to liberty and justice for all. And whereas during Black History Month, we recognize the achievements of African Americans and their role in shaping history, along with the contributions that African Americans have made to enhance the economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development of our country. And whereas during Black History Month, we recognize the essential role of African Americans in shaping the story of America and honor their courage and contributions. And whereas the omission of much of the history and contributions of African Americans from textbooks and other literature has impeded awareness and appreciation. And whereas the celebration of Black History Month is a positive way of recognizing the culture and history of African Americans as a vital to the core beliefs and values of the society. And whereas the 2025 Black History Month theme, African Americans and Labor, focuses on the various and profound ways that work and working of all kinds, free and unfree, skilled and unskilled, vocational and voluntary, intersect with the collective experiences of Black people. And whereas observing Black History Month provides opportunities to gain a deeper understanding of African American history and acknowledge the centuries of struggles for equality and freedom. Now, therefore, Mayor Jordan, on behalf of the San Juan Bautista City Council, proclaim February 1st through March 1st of 2025 as Black History Month, and further encourage all residents to observe this month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. I just want to say thank you for this. I also had the privilege of reaching out today, and there is a local organization, and I spoke to the CEO of B Proximity, and I'd like to read her acceptance speech of this proclamation. And her name is Miss Janine Riddle. On behalf of B Proximity and our entire community, I, Janine Riddle, founder and CEO, express our deepest gratitude to San Juan Bautista City Council for this esteemed proclamation in honor of Black History Month. This recognition is a powerful testament to the significance of our collective efforts. At B Proximity, our mission is to build community with and for the growing Black population of San Benito County and surrounding areas. We achieve this through enlightening education, equipping conversation, and celebrating Black culture. Our vision is to create an inclusive environment that fosters community for the thriving of all. This proclamation serves as a powerful reminder that our shared vision of a vibrant and equitable community is resonating with our local leaders. We are incredibly honored to receive this recognition and are excited for the continued collaboration with our beloved community. In the spirit of this collaboration, we would like to extend a warm invitation to the San Juan Bautista City Council and community members to join us at our community-wide Black History Month celebration on Saturday, February 1st, from 4:45 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. at the beautiful Hollister Elks Lodge. If you'd like to secure a spot, you can go to their bproximity.org. And there's information there as to how to purchase tickets. It's being catered. There's a dance, and it's at the Elks Lodge in Hollister, California. And she thanks us once again for this esteemed proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for reaching out to her. That's wonderful. That is signed. Oh, here. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Public comment. Public comment is on items not on the agenda.
Madam Mayor, I have two speaker cards, Jill Pegoran and Shauna Frios.
Thank you. Hi, welcome. Good evening. Nice. Thank you very much for that.
Shauna Frios.
We would like to cordially invite you to our Valentine's dinner dance. Want to make sure that you are video there. We are holding a dinner dance on Valentine's Day, Friday the 14th, at 10. And this is our annual fundraiser. We owe one of the only 5 left abilities in and we raise money to store, repair, and keep our ability going. Rotary, so our dinner dance is Valentine's Day, $25 per person, and $80.
45?
45 per person, $80 for a couple. And actually, today I'm going to give you your very first Valentine of the year. This is your personal invite with the QR. And, just to kind of highlight, Native Daughters has been in San Juan Bautista since the late 1800s. We've owned the adobe since 1935, and it's been owned by numerous people throughout California history, Verandas, the people of Veranda, the Veranda family, the Castro, it's on and on and on. The history. Certainly invite you all. And then
Thank you very much. Next up for council consideration is the Urban Area Water Master Plan. And the new director, I'm sorry, I don't know your title. General Manager of San Benito County Water District, Dana, last name? Jacobson, sorry about that. Thank you. Welcome.
Oh, thank you so much. All right, well, good evening. I'm really glad to be here. I'm Dana Jacobson, the new general manager at the San Benito County Water District. I've just been in this role about 3 months now, so I'm still fairly new. I'd like to introduce Brett Miller as well. He's our assistant GM at the Water District. And Jeff Catania, who many of you probably know, he's our longtime general manager, was trying to join virtually, but I think he's international and maybe couldn't get through. But you probably recognize him. Luckily, he stayed on with us and he's helping us. He's serving as the project manager for the ADROP project. Okay, so the action that I'm requesting tonight gets us one step closer to solving many of the water and wastewater issues that we have here in San Juan Bautista that we've been dealing with for many years. What we're asking you to do is to approve a term sheet, which is a set of principles that will eventually be used to draft contract language for an amendment to the water supply and treatment agreement. Currently, San Juan is not a member, but this would get you there. And so you eventually would be hooked up to our treated water system, and you'd be in partnership with the city of Hollister and the Sunny Slope Water District in that effort. The other thing that the terms do is outline how the ADROP or the Accelerated Drought Response Project would be financed and how those costs would be recovered. So most of you should be familiar with this item. I think we presented this to you, a substantially similar item a couple of months ago. But I know we have at least one new council member. Thank you. So I'm going to give you a little bit of background for you and a little bit of detail that I otherwise wouldn't. But other than that, nothing has changed from previous presentations. And so the approval of the terms is just an interim step. You know, there's no financial commitment being made tonight. As I said, these terms would then be used by the water agency managers, the city manager in Hollister, the district manager of the Sunny Slope, and myself and my team to develop contract language that we would bring back to you in the March or April timeframe. And that would be the actual contract between our organizations for the delivery of water to this area. So when I arrived at the Water District, I was pleasantly surprised to see that there has been a lot of work done already. That's really a testament to you and all the other partners that have participated in the governance committee. And you probably are familiar with that governance committee. It's an advisory board to the Water District by which all the master planning effort has been carried out. So just a really quick reminder of why we're here. I don't need to tell you about the water and wastewater issues that you all have been dealing with here. There's three main issues that we're trying to solve. The first is drought resilience in San Benito County, especially for the urban areas. And nobody really wants the brown lawns and the water rationing. And so we're trying to solve that issue. The other issues are maintaining healthy and safe drinking water, and of course, meeting wastewater discharge requirements for San Juan Bautista. So by connecting to the district's imported water treated system, this should go a long way into solving the issues that we have here locally. Next slide, please. Oh, no, this here. We're good. Okay, starting in the early 2000s, San Juan Bautista and the city of Hollister and the Sunny Slope entered into a memorandum of agreement. At that time, they recognized that there was issues to be solved, and the best way to do that would be to collectively work on a master planning effort to address those issues. And that's when the governance committee was set up. And so we all have been participating through that venue to solve these issues since that time. The first master plan was completed in 2008, and it's since been updated several times, the most recently in 2023. Next slide, please. So the master plan had several objectives. The main focus was to improve water quality in the urban areas, especially water hardness or high mineral content. The master plan was also used to evaluate a number of water supply alternatives. And one of the outcomes of that planning effort is kind of before you tonight. So I know it's a sensitive subject here. The San Juan, in the San Juan area, the master plan also makes recommendations about increasing future water supply to the extent that there's continued growth in the county. So of course, we expect that to happen more in the Hollister area and not necessarily in San Juan Bautista, but that would be handled separately and outside of what we're talking about today. What we're talking about today has nothing to do with any potential future growth. Next slide, please. So the master plan had several key findings, the first of which is that water hardness, of course, is the most pressing issue. And that the master plan decided or determined that the most appropriate level of service was to meet a hardness level of about 180 milligrams per liter. And that requires about 80% of imported surface water for blending to meet those requirements. And this amount also ensures that San Juan Bautista would be able to meet its waste discharge requirements. So as far as the available water supply that's here, the master plan found that in most years we're doing okay. You know, we have enough water, but there in certain years, in dry and very critically dry years, there's a significant deficit of water supplies, about 1,200 acre feet per year, and that's for the existing customers in the county, the municipal customers. And this is the problem that ADROP is meant to resolve. And the last key finding of the master plan is that growth will eventually outpace the amount of water that we have. And so that we'll need to make additional investments to accommodate future growth if it does occur. The next slide, please. Okay, so the recommendations from the master plan, they identified several projects that we'll have to phase in. The first is focusing on drought resilience, and that's ADROP. That's what we're kind of talking about today. And then the second set of recommendations deals with future growth. And one of the things that we're dealing with there is we're participating, the water district is participating through the San Luis Delta Mendota Water Authority in partnership with the Bureau of Reclamation to enlarge San Luis Reservoir. That project would enlarge it by 130,000 acre feet. And if we ultimately participate in this project, we would be given capacity rights to a share of that reservoir, and then we could store water in wet years and then withdraw in dry years to solve the resiliency issue moving forward. The last key recommendation was to build a water transmission pipeline to San Juan Bautista. So this pipeline agreement will be handled separately, and that'll be an agreement between San Juan Bautista and the San Benito County Water District outside of the amendment to the water supply and treatment agreement. And so that's the next thing that Ashley and I need to get working on. Okay, next slide, please. So what is ADROP? ADROP is the Accelerated Drought Response Project. It includes an expansion of the West Hills Water Treatment Plant and 5 aquifer storage and recovery wells and the associated pipelines. The purpose, again, is to provide drought resilience for existing customers. The way it would work is that we would treat and inject treated water into the ground to store it for later use. And then we would withdraw in the dry years. This project is on an expedited timeline due to some grant funding requirements. And the latest capital cost estimate is about $50 million. Slide, please. So the actual operations of the project will depend on the conditions, the hydrologic conditions at the time that the project is built and how much water we were able to store before it is withdrawn. For planning purposes, we've assumed that a 3-year cycle of fill and withdrawal occurs. But you can see on the graph that some years we use more than others, and some years we don't use any at all. Some years we're putting, some years we're taking, but it's designed to withdraw a total of about 2,700 acre feet per year. And we would only withdraw water on a 1-to-1 basis to limit any potential impacts to the groundwater basin. So we would only extract water that we had previously stored. And so when we get to a point where we think we would need to take water, there would be a conversation between all the parties on to whether to activate these facilities. Next slide, please. Again, the latest capital cost estimate is about $50 million. However, we have been incredibly successful in securing grant funding for the project. We've secured about $20 million in both state and federal funding. So that's basically a 40% cost reduction for all the participating partners. And that would ultimately limit the rate impact to San Juan Bautista water customers. We will be submitting another grant application this June. There's about a $2 to $3 million more that we're eligible for under the federal program. We don't know whether we'll be successful or not, but we're going to make a play for it again. Next slide, please. Okay, moving on to the terms. So the detailed list of terms is included in your packet. We've gone through them in detail with the former city staff, but I'll highlight the key terms for you here. You know, we really think that this is a fair proposal. We set it up to have the least impact to the water ratepayers as possible. For any amount of cost that the grant funding doesn't cover, we will be issuing bond debt, probably about $30 million of debt this springtime. So San Juan Bautista would be responsible for a portion of this debt. We're estimating that that would be between 5 and 10% of the total project costs. But the good news is that we would only ask you to repay the principal portion of that debt. The water district would carry the interest portion. So you would be receiving an interest-free loan for that debt. So those capital costs would be recovered through a reliability fee, and that would be charged on all municipal water that's delivered until the debt is retired. Once the debt is retired, that fee would go away. As of last year, we were estimating that that fee would be about $250 per acre foot. But now that we've secured that grant funding, that has been reduced to about $145 per acre foot. So quite a bit of savings. And next slide, please. As I mentioned before, the project would work by treating and injecting wet year water into the local aquifer. This is located kind of on the Fallon Road area down in Hollister, and it would be recovered in dry years. And we would have to deliver that water through the city of Hollister's distribution system and deliver it in the city of Hollister. But we have added some additional flexibility in the repayment here for San Juan Bautista and the other retailers. The district would be agreeing to carry the cost of the treatment and injection until that water is recovered. So there would be no variable cost assigned to you until that water is ultimately delivered. So San Juan Bautista will ultimately need to determine how much capacity that it's buying into up at the treatment plant. So that's something that we still need to work out. And Sunny Slope and the city of Hollister would receive a credit for past costs that they have paid in proportion to whatever San Juan Bautista buys into. And the variable cost would be shared based on the amount of finished water that's delivered to each participating partner. Next slide, please. Okay, here's a little bit about the schedule. So these terms that are before you today have already been approved by the Water District's board. Sunny Slope County Water District approved them last week, and we'll be asking the city of Hollister to approve them on February 4th. Once these terms are accepted by the respective governing boards of these agencies, the managers again will get together to hammer out the contract language, and that contract language will be brought back to you again later this spring. After the project is built, we'll have an ongoing conversation about how these facilities would be used on an annual basis. Next slide, please. Okay, so as far as next steps are concerned, we're moving full speed ahead with project implementation. And we're doing that, like I said, because of limitations related to the grant funding opportunities that we have. And we need to complete the project by March of 2026. We have already awarded the construction contract for the West Hills Water Treatment Plant upgrade. And we're expecting that construction to begin at the end of March of this year. And as far as the aquifer storage and recovery wells and the associated pipelines, we have our consulting firm, HDR, is working on the 60% design package now. And we expect construction for that element of the project to begin in the spring or summer. With that, I'll open it up to any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Councilmember Aranda?
Yeah, I actually have a question. My question is, will this term sheet or MOU have an impact on water or sewage rates, potentially leading to an increase or an adjustment in our current pricing structure?
Yes, it absolutely will have an impact on your water rates. I don't think I know enough about your water rates to determine how much of an impact it would be. The fee that would go to San Juan Bautista would be that $140 to $5 per acre foot. And then you would have to layer on, your costs, your normal rates on top of that.
Got it.
So I'm not sure how that would translate to your customers.
Yeah, just my concern is that our water bills for our residents in town are already extremely high, and to tackle another chunk of money on there, I don't know if I feel comfortable saying yeah, just because it's so high already, and to tackle even just another dollar or two, I feel like would piss off a lot of people. So it's unfortunate that we don't know how much more because I really want to know what that number would be or what that looks like.
Okay.
Staff, is there any way to find out what that impact would be?
Through the mayor. We'd have to look into what the rates are now. I think it also depends on the percentages and how we determine what we're buying in. So there's a lot more that has to go into determining that final number.
Got it. Yeah, and I understand everyone's bill is different and whatnot, but I think we need to find out what that average cost would be. What does that look like? I think that's really important, especially given the circumstances on, I don't even know if our elderly or those that are on fixed incomes can even afford that. It is extremely high. And so that is a major concern for me.
Yeah, that's understood. What I would say is that the district recognizes that, and we really have done everything that we can to keep the cost of this as low as possible. And the cost of not doing it could be more. I mean, the cost of your fines that you would be receiving as a result of non-compliance might be more
Got
than
it.
this.
And
Right? And so I would ask that this doesn't get in the way of your approval tonight, because we have probably about 3 months in between where we could probably work with city staff to get that answer for you before we have a final decision on this, which is going to be kind of like I said, in March timeframe, I think.
got it.
Yeah, so that would be wonderful.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
We talked about water storage out at Fallon Road out on the north end of the county.
That's correct.
How would that water get to San Juan?
Well, that water, I don't think would actually come to San Juan. That water would be delivered to the city, and water that otherwise would have gone to the city would come to San Juan Bautista through the new pipeline that we're going to be building. So there's going to be a kind of an exchange of water that occurs. So, we have water that's available to us from multiple sources. We'll store it in San Justo Reservoir. There'll be water coming from San Luis Reservoir during that time. And so it doesn't necessarily have to come out of the wells and go to the city system and then come down here. The water would be coming to you from the West Hills Water Treatment Plant. But to the extent that the entire county benefits from the use or of that facility, the entire county urban areas would, clearly be responsible for a repayment there. And that's how San Juan Bautista would benefit by having an increased supply countywide.
Okay, so Hollister they use West Hills water right now and San Justo water?
They do. West Hills, the water is treated at the 2 treatment plants, at West Hills Water Treatment Plant and the La Salle Water Treatment Plant.
Okay,
And the water can come out of San Justo and it can come out of San Luis Reservoir.
okay. And if we can't pull this off, does that mean it's a no deal with our pipeline to West Hills that we've been basically drug through the mud for the last, 4 years on trying to get this thing done? So I'm just curious, is it a no deal if we can't? Because you mentioned something about 5 to 10% of the cost. Is that the cost of the entire 50 million, or is that the cost after the grants?
So what you would do is you take out the grants, and then you would take out the interest, and then you would pay 5 to 10% of whatever is left over
Of 20 or
of 30 million.
of 30 million.
Right. It's a big
We're a town
number.
of 2,000 people. You realize that? I mean,
Well,
they're-
understood. So
we're talking millions.
correct. And so you would take your portion and then the city and Sunny Slope would probably take the bulk of it. So, the remaining 90 to 95% would be carried or by those other two agencies.
Sure, I understand that, and that's because they're going to use, 50 times more water than us.
Right.
Okay, it's a lot of money, and there's some variables out there floating around. Exactly what Councilmember Aranda said. We've already increased our water fees so we can pay for the pipeline. On top of our, and then we increased our sewer fees too to pay for another pipeline. So, well, it's a tough one. It's a lot to swallow in one presentation like this bulk. This is the first time I think we've heard these numbers, right? Have we heard?
We haven't heard
We
5
have-
or 10% before.
We haven't heard 5 or 10% of $30 million. So, okay, well, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
For the presentation. And just want to agree with what has been said so far. Those have been some of my concerns. But I heard you say at the very end of your presentation that this is not by any means tonight us to make a decision as a city. But then I heard you say that if we don't go along with this, that then we stand to be fined. Can you elaborate on that?
My understanding, I mean, I'm not an expert on this, but what I heard from former staff at the city was that they could be subject to fines related to the wastewater discharge, either through the city of Hollister system or I'm not sure if there's public health.
When you say staff,
The water quality,
you mean former city manager and?
that's
engi-
correct.
Okay, so just let me throw this in there. We are in the process of working with our industrial dischargers, and that's been an ongoing lack of proactiveness. I don't know. So we have to really tackle that part, and we've heard that before. We've heard that many times. So it has, for lack of a better way, it's kind of been, I think, put on a back burner, but now that issue really needs to be addressed. So that is the fine that you're addressing. It's in the works. We need to come to the table with those industrial users. So that's what I wanted you to clarify when you said we would be fined.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. I think to clarify, we have heard I've heard the term A drop before. We've been presented on with respect to the details of the project, but as others have stated, we've never heard what buy-in cost would mean for us or direct impacts. And what you hear a lot of other council members referring to is we are in the process of building a pipeline to get source water from West Hills. That is not a theoretical, that is happening. We are in the process of doing that. We've gone through and have source funding and have associated fee increases for that. And my understanding, and I believe a lot of others' understanding, is we avoid fines and we avoid our water issues by importing West Hills water through that pipeline. Where West Hills gets its water, it is aside from that for us. And any, to my opinion, any increases in what they want to charge or what West Hills wants to charge for that water should come kind of through that. And is this project would be an amendment to that, or is this a separate agreement?
Yeah, the pipeline agreement is a separate agreement. The West Hills agreement is the one that's in place now
Mhm.
that the city of Hollister and Sunny Slope Water District are a party to. And so you would be buying into that existing system, those treatment facilities that exist there.
Mhm.
That's how it would work. And so, yeah, I mean, we're doing this for you. We're here. If you haven't seen these or heard these numbers before, I apologize for that. I'm happy to work directly with any of you and Ashley as well to to get you the information that you need, because ultimately we want your buy-in on this. And this is something that we've been working on for many, many years with your representatives that are participating in the governance committee. And so I don't know who's on that one, but
I am. Yeah, I am for sure. John Freeman was the other one. I forget who the second one is. We'll figure that out. So, thank you all. The 5 to 10%, how did we come up with that number?
that was just I do not know. That was an estimated number that was provided to us by Don.
Okay,
And so he's been working with an outside consultant to determine how much capacity of the San Juan Bautista actually needs to meet their blending requirements. And so that's a number that we haven't yet been provided from the city yet. So we're waiting to hear from you on that,
waiting to hear from whom?
from you.
On how much we're going to import, and that is the basis for the
Correct.
1, 2, 3,
So it's
5, or
it's
10%.
it's your choice.
It's our choice on how much percentage? Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Just
it's
kidding.
it's
I want a half.
well.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. So, and the fines, are for wastewater and have nothing to do with this. Because that's water. And those are regional board, and something that, the industrial waste dischargers, that's something that we have to deal with the city of Hollister directly, putting our water into their wastewater plant. So the softer it is, the less hard it is, the less minerals that are in it, lessens the impact that we put over to Hollister, which lessens, theoretically, that 1 grain of salt lessens what they put out as their discharges. So, yeah, without knowing percentages, I mean, we've talked before about what we think the percentages are and how much water we need to lower our hardness levels, to get rid of our, hopefully get rid of all of the softeners, which makes our water going to the city of Hollister less. So those numbers exist somewhere. And putting those numbers into your calculator, would get a better idea of what the percentage is that we would be receiving. And I think that's what the entire council is asking for. If we're gonna do 100 acre feet and everybody else gets 900 acre feet to equal 1,000, just throwing numbers out there for easy math, we would want to pay the lower percentage, not a made up 5 to 10%. And I think that's one of the biggest issues out there right now is what our cost will be. And I think having those numbers, correct me if I'm wrong, Brett, you have an idea of how much we're going to throw that way, right? I mean, how much you're going to throw this way.
Yeah, I think you got two different items. The cost to buy into the system will be based on your capacity that your engineers say that you need. And then for the cost of water will be based on the variable cost of how much water has gone to you compared to your other partners. So that's a different calculation. That's gonna be your variable cost.
So how much water we need to fill our pipes?
Correct. Or how much capacity you have out of the system.
Right.
So like if you were gonna say, we want a guaranteed 5% capacity, that's what you'll get. You can't get anything above that.
Understood.
So you're just buying up capacity inside that pipe.
Okay, and then with that capacity that we are asking for, we are also asking, part of this whole project is to ask for the quality of water, not just the quantity.
Right.
And it's been said previously that you can't guarantee the quality of our water. You'll get a little bit higher, a little bit lower. Oh, we won't get lower. We could get a little bit higher than 180 milligrams per liter.
Yeah, I think, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I can address that. So So the water that comes from the Delta has a certain water quality, right?
Mhm.
And so we have no control over what that is. And it comes through San Luis Reservoir. And in the federal contract, there's no quality assurance for the water that we get. That being said, the hardness of the water that comes from the Delta is typically in the neighborhood of 100 milligrams per liter. The well water, my understanding is that the well water in the county is typically between 500 to 1,500 milligrams per liter. So it's almost a guaranteed that your water quality will be improving. And so you would be blending the imported water with your local well water to make sure that the hardness is satisfactory. But
Five,
it's an order of magnitude better water quality than the local well water in terms of hardness.
so you're talking 500 to 1,500 for hardness
Uh,
or for TDS?
TDS, correct.
Thank
I
you.
think it's 300 to 500 hardness. Sorry about
Oh.
that. I'm glad you know what you're talking about.
I do. I got a little nervous there. So
Yeah.
we're talking salts as opposed to calcium and magnesium, which are two different things, but both have to do with discharges for wastewater plant effluents. So we're at, and I haven't looked at a water quality report in a while, but we're right around 300. So an order of magnitude is, and I don't know what our TDSs are, but Michael, maybe you know that. Our TDSs, what?
1,200 to 15?
1,200, okay. I knew he would know the answer, thank you. Okay, so we would be paying, which is what we've been asking for, is a reduction in hardness. Okay.
Mayor Jordan, real quick.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
there's, like I said, there's two parts. The hardness you're trying to bring down so people don't use their water softeners and add salt into the water.
Mhm.
Because what's going to be required on the city side, if I remember from the contract that we agreed upon, is that your water quality has to meet their standards for discharge, or
Right.
you're going to be in a violation of that contract. So that's part of the other issue of why you want good quality water in, so you have good quality
Correct.
going out, which is kind of weird to say about wastewater, but that is, the most thing is the salts that are in the water.
Right. Thank you for that
Sure.
clarification. I appreciate that. Okay, so I guess, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody on the council, that our biggest thing is these unknowns in bullet point 2, 3, and 5. I don't know what a relative percentage means, and this is a non-binding, according to the second paragraph, this term sheet shall be non-binding and is conditioned on the completion of negotiations. So I'm not actually sure why we're looking at signing this.
Well, yeah, you wouldn't be assigning it. You would just be approving it. You would be giving your staff the authority to start negotiating contract terms. Ultimately, we need to move forward with securing that bond financing. And so an approval by the governing boards of all the agencies would really go a long way in terms of getting us the best deal possible.
Oh,
In
I
that
get
case-
that question.
And so,
How about your bad self? Start negotiating. Sorry, just kidding.
yeah, I mean, this is a mix of an informational item and an action item because we really do want your approval on this. But there's clearly a lot of work to be done and a lot of education that needs to happen in the meantime before we bring the final to you
Yeah,
in a few months.
absolutely. So ultimately, you're asking us to approve our staff to work with you on a contract.
According to the terms that are listed in that sheet, correct?
Well, okay. More comments, go ahead. Sorry. No, because EJ needed to say something too.
I'm having fun watching Mike squirm in his seat, entertaining me. I'm still at the sticking point and the stuck point of we are trying to negotiate a deal for water from West Hills.
Yeah.
Like this is in addition to that. Like that, if we don't do this, this falls to the floor. We are still importing water from West Hills.
No,
No.
you are not.
Okay.
We don't have a contract to do that yet. This is a preamble to a contract
Sure.
without having numbers associated with it.
So this is, we built a pipeline and we're negotiating to import water. But in order to import water, you have to agree to help us pay for our new, better water?
Well, there's going to be two agreements. One is the pipeline, so you need a way to get the water from the treatment plant to you. And the other parties have no interest in that. So that's going to be a relationship with just San Juan Bautista and the county water district. Separately, like Brett mentioned, in order to get that treated water, you need to buy into the existing treatment system, which includes us bringing water in from San Luis Reservoir, treating it at West Hills, and then delivering it down here.
Okay, but as you stated, almost all the improvements and capacity that you are having to make are not for us, right?
It's for you and for the other parties. So there's a lot going on, right? So there's there's the improvements that are being made for drought resilience that you're buying into the entire system. So we have a zone of benefit within San Benito County, Zone 6 zone of benefit that so the voters approved a bond measure back in 1977.
Mhm.
And that approval was to enter into a contract with the federal government for a supply of water from the Central Valley Project. And so the zone of benefit includes San Juan Bautista.
Yeah, no, I get that, but my main point is we're buying into improvements that Hollister needs.
Well, everybody needs it. So the upgrade the upgrade to the facility is to ensure that there's enough capacity to supply San Juan Bautista. Right? Absent that investment, it's not needed at this time. We will need it in the future if Hollister grows, but not right now.
Oh, that was my other question. Sorry. Keep
You're
going.
good. You're good.
How do you determine Hollister's growth and the county's growth, and San Juan's lack of growth? Who pays for that?
Well, so the way that future growth would be paid for would be through a capacity fee. So basically impact fees paid by the developer and presumably either collected through San Juan Bautista or the city of Hollister or from the district herself. We haven't worked that out yet, but those would be paid directly by the developers, and those costs would not go into your water rates.
So if San Juan has zero development,
Correct.
none of those fees get passed on to us,
That's right.
and that's written in here.
No, because this project doesn't relate to future growth. This project relates to drought resiliency for the existing customers.
Okay. Anything else before I go to public comment?
Sorry, I'm
Who
just,
gets in first?
did I make it?
You did.
Nice. I like winning. And some of the comment, my question and comment is to you and some is to my fellow council members. I know Mayor Jordan has more experience and background on this. What it sounds like is when there are impact fees in the future that, developers will be paying into the district, paying into Hollister, lowering their rates, but not ours. So,
No, that's different. So the capacity fee and future growth is completely outside of what we talked about tonight. What we were talking about tonight is the need for San Juan Bautista to buy into the existing system, which includes the treatment plants. And if to the extent that San Juan Bautista buys in, there will be a credit, I guess, that goes back to the city of Hollister and Sunny Slope in proportion to the amount that you buy in until everybody kind of gets settled up and everybody's paid in proportion to the amount that they've signed up for.
That's for the 20 some odd years that they've been using the plant that we're just buying into. 30. Does that make sense?
unfortunately.
Thank you. Okay, can I open it up to public comment before we go back to the council, please?
Michael Ponce.
Hi, Michael, welcome.
Hello, Michael Ponce, 803 First Street. Thank you, Mr. Jameson, for your presentation. And I would, before you start the clock on me, I would hope they would give me a little bit more than 3 minutes, a tiny little bit more, because that was a lot to swallow. And I can see that you guys are working to figure that up. Okay, so here we go. First thing, just an interesting question that I'm interested. Why is the airdrop location on Fallen Road? I'm just curious. And then where does the water come from to go to those wells? I'm assuming Central Valley Water Project to West Hills is treated, and then it's piped back to the airdrop wells. And then when we are lucky enough to have a wet year, where does all our water, the drainage of all our local water, Summit River, we got two good creeks coming from San Juan Canyon and Salinas Grade Road. Where does that water go? I believe most of that water just eventually makes its way to the ocean. Is there a way that we can capture that water in wet years? I'd be interested in getting an airdrop well in our basin here. We all know that we have hard water, high TDS levels. I've learned that the mantra of water is dilution is the solution. If we can get some good treated water into our basin that we draw our water from, that might help with the problem that we have and that everybody has in the county, really. We're talking about our goal right now, or the goal right now, to bring, when and if we ever do get water from Hollister, is 180 milligrams per liter, which is still on the hardness level. Depending on where you look and who you talk to, there's 3 levels: there's soft, moderate, hard, and very hard. I've got written down hard at 150 to 300 milligrams per liter. So we're at the beginning of the hardness level. My question is, if we get 180 milligrams, which is a lot better, I'll agree, than we have now, does that still warrant the removal of water softeners? We have an ordinance, a resolution that says when we do finally get connected and receive water from West Hills Treatment Plant, that all those estimated 450 water softeners in town must be removed. I'm curious how that's going to be done, but we'll get to that bridge when we get there. The $30 million bond, estimated our payment would be 5 to 10%. Sounds good that we won't be paying interest. I'm curious to see what that interest would be on that bond. And then you talked about if San Juan doesn't do it, that we still would be incurring fines. That is true. But my question is Hollister incurring fines right now for water or sewer noncompliance? I believe they are in noncompliance with sewer. Mayor Jordan mentioned that the wastewater doesn't have anything to do with the drinking water, but I believe it does, because we're getting water in, drinking water in to our system. It goes through our system and it goes out to the waste. So it does matter, the water coming in. And I think Councilman EJ Sebastian mentioned about a water contract that we are building a pipeline right now. We're in the process of building the sewer pipeline, and we're going to build a water pipeline. Correct me if I'm wrong, we have an MOU, which is not a legal binding contract. We do not have a legal binding contract to receive water, or even for Hollister to accept our wastewater yet. There's nothing that I've seen, I could be wrong, that there's legal binding contracts. So you're correct in saying that we don't have an agreement. And my worry is this has been dragging on and dragging on, and I've learned that government works slow. You know, I want everything to happen now, but I've learned that it works slow, so I've learned to slow down. But my fear is, what if we spend close to $40 million on our wastewater and water project and we can't hook up and we can't receive? Then what do we do? We've seen that problem with our water softener plant that we were gonna develop. It's sitting in an empty field over there, $1 million worth of equipment thrown down the drain. We're still paying on water projects from, I believe that I read 2018, for another 25 years. We borrowed from the general fund to pay for a water and sewer project. We're paying on that. I'm trying to hurry up here. The volume of water that I think that everybody's talking about.
I'm
that
sorry,
we would
Michael.
get-
I'm sorry, time's up. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the time.
Do we have any other public comment?
Just state your name for the record.
My name is Eddie Walacha, San Juan resident. Just
Hey,
had 3 quick questions, or hopefully they can get addressed during this process. And one is the breakdown on San Juan usage, whether it's residential, commercial, ag. What is the breakdown for San Juan? And then making sure that that cost is broken down appropriately based on the usage breakdown. Second question is, hopefully to be addressed, is how was the SJB fee calculated compared to Hollister, the 5 to 10%? I think it's the same thing. Just want to make sure it gets addressed and how that is actually calculated based on the populations. Hollister compared to San Juan, drastically different. So I just want to make sure that that is appropriately calculated. In which I had the third question was just the rate increase for Hollister residents compared to San Juan residents. What's that to be expected compared to Hollister residents as far as this new A-drop water? So what can be the expected increase? I guess I said I also agree that the price monthly for water and wastewater is really high, and so we definitely have to be conscious of those additional rate increases. But I also understand that we need to address some of these issues, but also be cognizant of the issues and challenges that we have within residents on paying those fees on a monthly basis and still not being able to use our water, really. All right, thank you.
thank you. And just one point of clarification. The fines that I was talking about, Mike, relate to wastewater only, not to the drinking water side. Okay, any further questions from the council? Yes. Have at you, bad self.
So when we went through and did the whole rate study and an increase, I need to go back through it. I was checking through some of the notes we had from those presentations. The cost of importing water was estimated in that rate increase. It should have been inclusive. Mhm.
Yeah, so our rates should not go up any further based on what our rates currently are with the
Not-
import of.
Not based on what our rates currently are. We were given a range when we approved the project. There was a range of rate increase. Where we are on that range of increase, who knows? But we were given a range, and that range was to include the import of water. I would expect that. I would hope that the amounts you're talking about would not bring us out of that rate increase, and that comparison is what I need to see.
Understood.
I would not feel comfortable approving anything further without understanding where we land on that spectrum of. So we approved a range of rate increase. Where the cost that you are describing lands on that rate increase, I need to understand.
Okay.
And that's that part of the study.
Yeah, I think that's,
Actually is where what I want to understand. We water import was included in that rate increase. is this inclusive? Are you taking us all the way up to 100%? Are we busting 100% of that rate increase? Are we staying at 50? Like understanding that we may, to my mind, it could be all about nothing, right? If this cost that you're saying is only brings us up to 80% of our approved rate increase, we already approved it. If it's 200% of that rate increase, further discussion would have to.
Valid point. That's a great point. Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I had the answer to that for you, but that's clearly a
Yep.
city issue. But what I can do is I can work with Ashley to determine what our inputs would be with relation to what the cost of imported water would be, both with and without this project. And one thing that I would say is that to the extent that San Juan Bautista does want imported water, you have different options. The only other viable option really, which is not in my mind a viable option, would be to have the water district purchase a spot market water purchases on the through the Central Valley project, which are not at all reliable. And so the cost of doing that are quite a bit more than the cost of building this water storage facility, what it is, right? So it's like a reservoir but underground. Yeah. So and we're doing this kind of for you at your request, and so we're happy to provide any information that you need to get. That's not how you see this, or
A drop was not for San Juan.
it's for everybody,
Yeah,
right? It's for everybody that benefits. I mean,
absolutely.
correct.
Yeah, sorry. It sounded like you were saying that
No, I don't mean to be
A
accusatory.
drop was
That's not,
for because San Juan wants our water, then you're going to pay for A drop. That's what it sounded like to me. Sorry.
I just don't mean to be accusatory. It's just, we've been working together on this for quite a long time, and it sounds like we haven't done quite a good enough job in educating and communicating what our respective needs and what our plans are here. So it sounds like we can do a better job there, and I'm happy and I commit to doing that for you.
Good.
Thank you very much.
So, and sorry for all the confusion, because you're, I think, of the third or fourth person that we've dealt with from the water district. So,
Understood.
and numbers like this, as Leslie said, were never discussed. And I'm curious about how much, was there any estimate of how much water it was anticipated that we were going to import from you?
Well, I don't have the entire history myself, being new as well. That 5 to 10% number is what I understood it to be.
5 or 10%?
5 to 10% of whatever is treated at the on a total volume
Oh,
basis.
that
I
we
don't know
would
what
get
that
at
is.
Oh, 5 or 10% of what's treated, what's
Of the tr-
treated.
Right.
Boy, I wouldn't anticipate that much, but, okay. And,
Yeah, the way we've set this up really is for the city of San Juan Bautista to determine by itself what they want to buy into. So it's your choice, right? And then we will accommodate it through the
Yeah.
Sunny Slope and the city of Hollister, or whatever piece you don't need.
Yeah, and the whole amount wasn't, we weren't getting 100%. We were getting enough to blend our waters
No,
down.
totally understand that, completely understand. That. However, and you're aware of this, our regional water quality board keeps raising the bar on us. It seems like every week so just for folks that are listening, there's a regional water quality board that isn't very fair, and we're taking a beating from them. Fortunately, we fought back and we won once, but I don't know if we're going to be able to do it again, and how much it's going to cost. But and again, sorry about the confusion, but there's some big numbers being thrown at us. Right now, we're trying to negotiate a fire contract. We don't even know if we're going to have fire protection next month. We're trying to hire a new city manager, which is going to increase it. And now we're talking about 5 to 10% of $30 million. As I said, there's 2,000 people here. I just don't know where this.
There's 850 homes. There's a
Well,
good
still, there's-
percentage that are tiny.
Yeah, still, but they're water users, right?
Well,
Yeah. So
And Mayor and Council, I think this, Dana kind of said this earlier. We're hoping for you kind of the terms or of the concepts, and then working with the city manager to negotiate. And part of that is going to know what to do numbers, is to know, iron down that percentage. So now we can have a hard number, because we keep doing only for our math, at 5, 10, like you say, it might even be 1%. So it's real hard to do numbers for you until we get that one piece locked in so that we can move forward with this is what it's gonna cost for the city. And then, like I said, then A drop is just another, it's just, like Dana said, it's a storage that we have to work into our cost of water, which is a piece. So that's what we're just kind of asking for you to give us, or give your city manager the permission. It just shows a good faith effort that you want to move forward with negotiation going forward.
So West Hills Water, they get it through the Central Valley Project. Is that correct? Is that where it comes from? And how long has West Hills been around?
10 years, yeah.
10 years. So they've been getting water for 10 years prior to this A-drop thing. I mean, it's hard for me to wrap my head around this, that we're going to be using so much less water than our neighbors to the north, to the east of us. And we're talking a drop in the bucket. I mean, I know our water's crappy to blend, but it's not that crappy. So, and we're talking, you know, Hollister's 40,000 people plus businesses, and, you know, they're going to use so much more water. And it seems like it's a lot of money to help our buddies over there, you know?
Yeah.
So it's kind of, this is tough to swallow,
Right, and you're not,
especially since we thought we were moving ahead with getting a pipeline to get good potable water that would help. And now it's like, it sounds like if we don't go ahead with it, so correct me if I'm wrong, but if we don't do this, are we not going to be able to do a deal with West Hills and get water?
I
I
think,
think eventually we would be able to work it out. I mean, really, the time is of the essence with this due to the grant funding. So the best deal is now. And I would say I'm not trying to, I don't want to pressure you. That's not what I'm here to do. But I would say that time is of the essence in terms of the grant funding, and everybody would be paying the same rate. So you wouldn't pay more on a per unit basis than the folks in the city of Hollister. Everybody would be paying the same amount for the same amount of water and the same benefit.
Well, I
So
hope so,
it's-
because it's the same water.
Right.
It's
So
not like we would be getting gold and, you know, getting a few shots of tequila in with it or something. It's like, it'd be the same water. So, I guess, and I appreciate you saying we're not pressing, but this feels like a full court press, 5 to 10%
well, like I
of
said,
millions.
this is your share, so it's capacity, so it's what size pipe do you want to put in? Do you want 1% now, and that's all you're gonna get in the future?
Yeah.
Or is it 5, 10? Because
And I get that, but what I'm talking about is the storage facilities that are going to be, you know, 20 miles from here. Correct me if I'm wrong, that's the $50 million project.
it is correct, but it
Okay.
is a storage of water. It's just like
Yes.
part of our water is stored at San Luis Reservoir or San Justo.
Yeah.
It's that pot of water that we can draw from.
Yeah.
To deliver to our retail customers.
Okay, I get that. I guess
So,
I must be confusing somebody here. So,
so like I said, there's two different pieces. There's what is it gonna cost to be able to provide you water? And then there's the cost of water. So your capacity, you wanna look at it is, you could do 1% or you could do whatever your percentage is, but
I'm not getting
in the future, you might not be able, your partners might say, hey, we don't want to give up any more capacity because we need it. So that's what you're paying into. So that's,
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
that's, I'm not,
Yeah.
that capacity decision is the city's. It's just.
Yeah.
Kind of like those things, do you pay now for whatever capacity you need in the future? And if the history of San Juan Bautista is not growth, so you might just need whatever your size is to get you by for right now. And you worry about future users, worry about that in the future.
And that's not a problem. That, you know, we'll definitely pay our share as far
Yeah.
as the water. It's the other, the big bomb that was dropped on us about the storage and the cost of it and how much money that is asked of us on that. That's a huge bomb for us.
Right.
And
And-
I'm sorry, but this is the first time I've heard of this number. So
Right.
that's why I'm
And that,
kind of,
Dana and I were not part of the district that time, so I mean,
yeah,
that's.
I know
we're
you're
saying-
cannon fodder right now. I
but-
apologize for this, but
But like I say, it ties to your capacity, that part of it.
Okay.
So that's where it's hard for us to say, oh, it's gonna cost you this, because is it 1%? Is it 10%? Those are big swings.
You keep going back to the amount of water we're going to deliver, and I keep going back to the giant facility that I seriously doubt if we're ever to see any water out of it. So that's the confusion with me. I mean,
Yeah, and the pipeline doesn't have anything to do with that, although
pipeline has nothing to do with that.
I've heard higher numbers coming from the water management district saying we want to increase the pipe size. So that's something totally different.
So,
Pipe size is different than what's going to be given to us.
That's just a small segment to push water to the ASR project or the ADROP project.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So, unless anybody has anything else to say, and please feel free to chime in.
Actually, I have a
Sorry, Michael,
quick
public
question.
comment's over. It absolutely is, but public comment is over. It's how government runs.
Can we make this a discussion item so the public will have more time to?
Potentially, we can have it, right now, it's not, it's under consideration for the council. And I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
I have a question, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. Not related to the ad drop thing. The 80-20, the mixing of water, for the hardness. How do we know it is 80 and it is 20? And if that fluctuates, let's just say we need 90 or 95. After we do this MOU or this term sheet or whatever, is that all included, or do those rates fluctuate and that affects, our bills, our water bills for our residents?
Yeah, the amount that you may need for blending could fluctuate. It would depend on whatever your needs are and your water quality at the wells at the time. And so really that the number that you need is going to be a number that's derived from work that's being done, I believe, by the city's consultants. How much water do you need? How much capacity do you need, right, of treatment? And then also how much water are you going to need? And so it'll be up to you ultimately to determine how much conservatism you want to build into that, right? So if you want to be a little bit more, if you want to be risk averse, you could buy in for a larger amount, right? If you want to be to limit the rate impact, then you would buy in for a smaller amount. But if you ran into issues and not having enough water to blend, then we would have to renegotiate the arrangement with the other partners, probably. Right.
And I think your question was, how do you determine what your blend is? That's a city decision.
Got it.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So like Hollister and Sunny Slope, during good years, they'll probably be like 80-20. When we got into drought years, the discussion was, do we go 60-40?
Got it. Thank you. And then, Madam Mayor, just a comment for us, for council. I do agree with what Mike Ponce is saying. I don't know, coming from me, I don't feel comfortable just saying yes to this term sheet or that's brought upon us. I would like for us to either have a special meeting where the public and us, we can talk about it before we just move on with something, just because this will affect them as well as you heard. So I don't think I don't know, that's just me. I would definitely open it up to them.
Thank you. Thank you. So what we have before us now is a recommendation to approve a term sheet for financing of the Accelerated Drought Response Project, ADROP, and the addition of San Juan Bautista to the Hollister Urban Area Water Supply and Treatment Agreement, term sheet. So do I have a motion to approve this exactly as I read it? If not, is there a substitute? Thank you. A substitute amendment. I'll make a substitute amendment is to allow our city manager to move forward with negotiations. I mean, that's ultimately what they're asking for. but this asks for approve the term sheet for financing when there is no financing associated with it. So I'll make a motion to approve a substitute a motion to approve the city manager to move forward with negotiations.
I second the substitute motion.
May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes,
Motion carried.
thank you.
If I may, I'd just like to make one final offer to have one-on-one meetings with any of you if you'd like to have more information or have questions about this. I'm always available.
We
So
appreciate that.
thank you.
Does that go for Michael Ponce as well?
Yes. course.
Thank you very much. How about that, Michael?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I brought it up. I'll make sure they get fixed.
Thank you, council.
Thank you very much. Public hearing. An appeal from administrative decision regarding 701-705 Second Street, continued from the November 19th, 2024 meeting.
Madam Mayor, I would like to respectfully recuse myself from that matter, as I served as a planning commissioner at the time when that vote for that particular matter came up.
Thank you very much.
I don't think,
Got one.
Councilman, I don't think this is the one. I don't think this is the one.
Oh, you're on
I
B.
think that was
Okay.
for, yeah,
Right.
411.
That's right.
411 the Alameda is what you did.
Oh,
Yeah.
apologies for,
Got it.
got it.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
sorry.
you.
Stop.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Take it away.
Yeah, this one.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you. So as mentioned, this is item 6A, appeal from administrative decision regarding 701 and 705 Second Street, and it's an item continued from November 19, 2024. So next slide. So just a bit of background and recollection as to what has occurred on these properties. In early 2024, the property owner located at 701 Second Street requested a change in the front property line designation from Second Street to Jefferson Street. On February 5th, 2024, the former city manager signed a letter acting as a planning director pursuant to San Juan Bautista Municipal Code to change the front property line designation from Second Street to Jefferson, and to permit the installation of a 6-foot fence on the interior property line between 701 Second Street and 705 Second Street to enhance the property owner's privacy. So next slide. On this slide, you can see where the existing frontage is and what was requested from the property owner. So essentially, they wanted to move that or change the designation of the front from Second Street to Jefferson. Next slide. So on June 1st, 2024, the property owner located at 705 Second Street mailed the letter to the city to express concerns that the proposed fence would obstruct visibility of their driveway and would pose a hazard to pedestrians, thus resulting in appeal of the administrative decision made by the former city manager. On November 19th, 2024, the city attorney provided an analysis of the arguments made on the appeal during the city council meeting. And city council recommended that city staff go back and review the items with the new associate planner. So next slide. So after this, staff did have discussions with the property owners. In December 2024, city staff met with the property owners of 701 Second Street to discuss the analysis made by the associate planner and the city engineer, and provide recommendations and determine next steps on the issue. The outcome of that meeting was there was some consensus to resign the administrative decision made by the former city manager on February 5th to maintain the front property line on Second Street as written in the code. And also to determine how much of the 6-foot fence located on the interior lot line between 701 Second Street and 705 Second Street would need to be shortened to ensure public safety and visibility. On January 16, 2024, city staff met with the property owner to follow up on next steps and identify the length of the fence that would need to be shortened. So just a brief analysis from the planning side. Next slide, please. This is a property, 701 Second Street. It is on the corner of Second Street and Jefferson. The zoning is low-density residential, or R1, and it has a general plan designation of low-density residential. Next slide, please. So based off of the municipal code in regards to planning, there are multiple definitions for what defines a corner lot, what defines the front property line and interior property line, the rear property line, the side property line, and the street side of a property line. So next slide, please. So based off of these definitions, to identify the shorter side for a corner lot per the municipal code, in a corner lot as defined in the municipal code, the shorter lot line abutting a street is what's considered the front property line. So in this diagram, you can see the property line along Second Street is 80 feet and along Jefferson Street is 100 feet. Thus, the front property line designation is on Second Street as 80 feet is the shorter side by 20 feet, which is a significant amount. Next slide, please. So based off of the code and identifying the front property line, this diagram just indicates the other property lines and their designations. So the property line along Jefferson is the street side. Right after that is the rear property line. And then the interior side property line where the fence was placed is the interior side property line on next to 705 Second Street. Next, thank you. So the analysis and conclusion from planning, the proper front property line identified per the code is the shorter side on Second Street. Staff recommends maintaining the property line designation along Second Street, as redesignation of the front property line would further extend the nonconformance of the property by creating a reverse corner lot to which the city would need to amend the zoning code to create cohesive zoning standards for this property, as well as future ones. Next slide, please. In addition to that, from planning and engineering, the 6-foot fence erected by 701 Second Street does exceed the height limitation as established under section 11-04-07.j and section 10-1-505.c of the San Juan Bautista Municipal Code. In addition, the height currently obstructs visibility for vehicles exiting the adjacent driveway, thus creating a hazardous condition. And there below are the sections of the code that apply. Next slide, please. And in addition to those codes, engineering does follow the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials Green Book, which does establish recommended site triangle requirements. This includes maintaining clear zones for minimum distances consistent with the reasonable or posted speed limit to ensure unobstructed views of the roadway for drivers and obstructed views for pedestrians on the sidewalk. So next slide. And then this is also a visual of the Green Book recommendations placed or visualized on the property at 701 2nd Street. Next slide. So overall, staff recommends maintaining the property line designation along 2nd Street. And staff recommends the use of a reasonable site triangle to protect the traveling public by ensuring that intersections and driveways provide adequate visibility by remaining free of remaining free of obstructions to vehicle operators within the designated clear zones. And staff recommends rescinding the administrative decision issued on February 5th, 2025, and recommends offering the property owner a 30% reimbursement or a maximum of 1,000%, whichever is less of the total cost, to shorten the 6-foot fence to an agreed height. And that 6-foot fence is the fence located on the interior lot line. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation.
Yes.
Questions from the council, Councilmember Aranda.
Yeah, my question is if, I'm not sure if the applicant's here, and I just want to ensure that the applicant, not the applicant, but the person affected at this property is okay with those terms, and if they are, then, you know, it looks good to me.
Yep. Thank you. Councilmember Friels.
Agreements.
No, I agree if,
Can't hear. Can't hear what you're saying.
Oh, I think he just put the mic closer.
yeah, I just got the mic closer. Here we go. I agree if there has come to an agreement on this, then I don't know, have we reached, was there agreement in your discussion with 701
Yes, and 705.
and 705?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess sounds like we have an agreement, but I'll wait to hear from both. So.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report. So I think regardless whether there was a mutual agreement, I think that we need to follow the code. And it seemed like the code was misinterpreted by an acting planner, which was our former city manager. Sir, I'm going to do my best. Please be patient. You can sit up front. So what I was saying is, irregardless of agreement by the two parties affected by this analysis, we have codes. And what I'm understanding is this code was misinterpreted and approved by an acting planner who was not a planner in the capacity of a city manager. What I'm not in agreement with, and what I'm going to comment on right now, is the fact that we're paying someone to tear down a fence when we had a code in existence. So we're being penalized as a city to pay someone to tear down a fence. Is that correct?
I'll let
Not
Don answer
not
this.
entirely, no. We have a compromise agreement. The two parties have,
Not true.
I'm sorry. The city attorney has the microphone at the moment. Thank you.
my understanding is
Mhm.
that we have worked, Ilsa has done a very nice job of putting together this presentation, first of all, and worked very diligently to interpret the codes, which are very confusing and complex. And my understanding is that both parties agree with the big factor here is public safety. We could require Mr. Castle to rip out his fence because it is not code compliant. That's my understanding. But we made the decision initially to move this lot designation, allowing him to build the fence. So he relied on us. He went and he built the fence. And now we've changed our decision, and he's stuck with a fence that's non-compliant. So now we need to come to a compromise solution, and that's what we're doing. And we're going to pay we're recommending that we pay Mr. Castle back a few dollars that he spent on that fence.
Yes, but I'm also being transparent for the public as to how this all went down, regardless of what the decision is today. I want transparency. Okay?
Yes, and that's why it was brought up in the staff report as well as in the resolution to include that verbiage. As unfortunately, a decision was made in the past from a former city manager. And as John mentioned, the fence was erected based off of that decision. So now we want to rescind that administrative decision and offer Mr. Castle some funds to help remove that fence and make it more compliant with the code and visibility and enhance public safety.
So not more, but to be compliant, correct?
Correct.
It's not more, but to be compliant.
Mhm.
And it's interesting that the code or the verbiage doesn't address pedestrians because that's right on the street, a block away from a park where children and families often, are pedestrians. So thank you for your analysis and thank you for the work.
Of course, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Spathia.
Yeah, the only questions that I have in looking at your site triangle here, so the setback of the site triangle of 15 feet into the side yard, right? So your interpretation of our code is that on the side yards, you can't have, or and our code says that on the side yard, you can have a 6-foot fence, except for this 15-foot setback for the site triangle.
Yeah, since it is an engineering related question, I'll refer that to I believe Doug is on the line.
Doug Pike.
Yeah,
Yep.
he's our city engineer as well.
Yeah,
Hi, Doug. Welcome.
thank you and good evening. Yeah, the site triangle is a general guideline that we use in traffic and transportation engineering to get a comfortable or conservative estimate as to what clear view ought to be had for traffic traveling at a given speed. Or in this case, I sketched out a little triangle for 5 mile an hour traffic, which might be a child on a bicycle on the sidewalk. And that one's configured slightly differently, but anyway, the for sight distance and for the site triangle, 15 feet is the operative number. But I would refer to our assistant planner. There may be mandated offsets where you can go from a 3-foot to a taller fence that's different than that site triangle distance. But I think the general agreement that we had with the property owners here is that in this compromise solution, we would focus on what's required for safety and to minimize what has to be torn down from the fence. And both parties are in agreement with that. And that 15-foot could be 12 feet. I mean, that 15-foot is a recommended number from AASHTO recommendations. It's not necessarily a standard that we have to adhere to, but it's a guideline that we use in professional engineering and traffic engineering to determine what a good starting place is. And by the way, while I have the floor briefly, I'll just mention that, and I should have mentioned this earlier to our assistant planner, but in the resolution, it specifically says, we'll hire a traffic engineer to help provide that judgment. Well, I think we could change that to, or use a licensed qualified civil engineer, which is the city engineer. I've got 30 years experience with this type of issue. And I think it'd save you some money and some time just to let us finish the determination. It'd probably be 10 to 15 feet. We'll go out and make a final determination and then basically it'll be a setback that would allow the neighbor in 705 to back up and to be able to stop before the bumper gets to the sidewalk and be able to turn their head and see that there are not children in the sidewalk and there is not traffic that is imminently close. And then they continue to back down 5-6 feet out of the driveway and they look again and can see traffic that's traveling at 25 miles an hour.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate the city's time in re-looking at this and unfortunately what transpired earlier. Quickly looking through, I don't see the first part. I mean, I read it not in the resolution about the engineer, so I'll have to keep looking for that again, so we might or might not remove that. Do we have public comment on this?
I'm pretty pissed off and I gotta take a minute.
I'm sorry,
calm
can
down.
you please state your
Yeah.
name for the record?
I'm
And
trying to
speak-
catch my breath here
Go ahead.
because there's several false statements which have been made here. This so-called compromise agreement is something that I have never seen. If there had been some negotiating going place, it has not included me at all, not at all. Whatever this deal is, I've never seen it. I don't know what it is. The reason, when I attended the November session, I was not as well prepared as I wish I had been. It was only after that that I discovered Google Street View. I'll show you what I found. I found a November 2007 street view of my house with that hedge at full 6 foot high. And I thought, well, that ought to take care of this. So I emailed a copy of this image to the city, I think it's to Don Reynolds. And after, this was, I think, early December. And after a short while, I was contacted by the assistant planner requesting a meeting. That meeting was attended by here, I'm gonna hand these out. Because I want you all to see what I'm up against here.
And I'd like to remind you, Mr. Castle, that you have 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not long enough. There was a meeting in the meeting in December was precipitated by this image, which I noticed that didn't get mentioned earlier. And that was the point at which your city the gal who orchestrated this whole thing explained to me that safety trumped my rights under the fence ordinances, and that she could force me to adjust the fence in spite of the fact that it predates the fence ordinances. So what we have is there are situations, and it was a later meeting with Jerry, the engineer, who explained to me that it was because of this Green Book requirement that trumped the provisions of the fencing code. So you've got two things going on here. You have two bodies of law competing over the same space. One law says one thing, the other law says something totally different. If this effort to trump my rights under the fencing code applies to me, it applies to every property in this city. I have you see collected a sample of hedges and fences which obstruct in at least as serious a manner in mine, and in some cases much worse. I would like to draw your attention to the property behind the Casa Rosa. Take a hard look at the Casa Rosa. It's on page, where are we? Page 4, 107 3rd Street. Take a hard look at that. That was built last year. About last year. I'm sure the city engineer had a hand in this because they dug a trench in the street and put this pipe for the fire sprinklers and put a brand new approacher inviting people to drive into this driveway. And it's demonstrably more dangerous than mine. You can't apply this law to me and not apply it to this. I have gone through town, I've located at least 36 properties that have a fence abutting a driveway that is at least as dangerous as mine. And I'm not gonna tolerate you guys picking me out and not going after all the rest of them. I won't put up with it. I will start complaining about every single one. And I'll be loud about it. So you gotta have to make a decision.
That's,
If you go after me, I'll go after all the rest.
thank you for your time, sir. Your time is up.
All right, you got my message.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
See, receiving no other speaker cards and seeing no hands raised on Zoom, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Closing the public hearing portion. Back to council comments. Councilmember Aranda.
Given the light that the applicant or the resident has brought this up to our attention and that I thought we had an agreement. I don't know. I think we might need some more time.
I hear you. Sorry if I could just comment in.
Yes, please.
I appreciate Mr. Castle coming up here and speaking up his concerns. I do just want to clarify that we did meet with Mr. Castle on all these items in December 2024, as well as on January 16th. In December, Mr. Castle was here with his wife, and we both discussed all of these items. It was me, Jerry, the city engineer, the former city manager, Don Reynolds, and John, right? Yeah.
Via Zoom. Yep.
Mhm. Yeah, so we all discussed this matter, and we came up with different alternatives that we can be able to move forward with. And one of them was this one. So I'm not too sure where the image that was presented wasn't mentioned when we did talk about that image. During that meeting, we let them know that it could be an existing non-conforming hedge, but that was, talked about and discussed with the Castles, with all of us, and we came up with these recommendations based off of that. In addition to that, Jerry met with Mr. Castle, Mrs. Castle, and I believe their son, to discuss these same items as how it's written in the resolution. So there's been various phone calls with Mr. Castle as well as Mr. Adams on these. So I'm not too sure where the conflicting arguments are. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other than that,
No other questions or comments?
no other questions or
Thank you.
comments.
Councilmember Frails.
I'm a little confused too, because I thought there was a compromise.
Me too.
But I don't see a compromise in the,
It's in the resolution. It's written on there as well as, I think it's on page 2 of the resolution where it says that, sorry, I can't remember off the top of my head.
It's items 4 and
Yeah.
5.
Yes.
the
Oh, yes,
cost,
thank
yeah,
you.
but the, it doesn't. Okay, remain in it.
3, 4, and 5.
So a style or a type of variance or a style was, that's the part I guess it's confusing. I'm seeing that. I don't see any description on that. It will be a step down effect or a wedge or anything like that. I don't see any of that.
So I think that's the part where Doug chimed in about working with a licensed engineer or the city engineer to determine those steps. So that's part of the resolution.
Okay. And then the recovery, I understand the cost recovery. There was a mistake made on the city side, on this, so that's, and Jackie, I know where you're going with that, with the transparency. There was a mistake made. I guess that's the bone we're trying to throw out there. Like we're trying to help. It just, it seems like there's still a lot more confusion from Mr. Castle's end with the discussion that was had. I don't hear him saying that there was a compromise or a, I don't hear that from Mr. Castle. So,
And,
I don't know where that got, lost. If I could ask you, did you sit in on both of the meetings with them, John?
I sat in on December 19th. Sat in on that meeting.
Can't remember exactly the
But,
date. It's
have
on the
not been present
calendar.
for each of the meetings. I've been in contact with Mr. Castle for a long time on this issue. And, I agree with you. I don't hear a compromise from Mr. Castle.
That's, yeah. I think there's still a lot of confusion between.
So I'm happy to take it up, or we can continue to work with him if you wish. Otherwise, we can make a decision.
I would be in favor of something like that, yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you for the report. Once again, I'm happy with the resolution. It appears that there was, according to your report, there are numerous parties, not just yourself and Mr. Castle or Mr. Adams, but it sounds to me like there were witnesses as well. You didn't just pull this resolution out of thin air. There had to be some conversation. Prolonging this again, I will not be threatened up here by other properties that are out of compliance. Bad on the city. I was not on city council for the last 20 years. So maybe it's something that we do have to go back and look at to see if they conform to your situation, Mr. Castle. But I think that I'm satisfied with what Miss Else has presented. I believe that she would not just come up with this on her own. There was some discussion, not just with the individual property owner, but also family members. So to prolong this is, just to be frank, it's wasted time and more cost to the city. We hired you to do your job. You came to us, you're doing your job. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
I can appreciate, so I've been educated. I had done my work about site triangles and things like that. My understanding about the site triangle is that the setback went from corner to corner on property, and the corners were drawn based on where the front was. So my understanding would have been that the fence could stay at 6 feet along either side of the property. So that's still where I have a little bit of a disconnect, but I like facts, and we're being presented with some now. And so on that part, Mr. Castle, I agree with you in terms of the setback and things like that. To be frank, I understand that you're upset and emotional. I don't appreciate being threatened. I don't take that very well. And if there are other properties out of compliance, like part of my term here, what I've been appreciative of what we've done in hiring folks like Roy, public safety, and really, cleaning up the city's act, is making sure that we are enforcing things fairly throughout the city. The way I take the packet that you gave us is that we've got some work to do around town.
Yes.
Not that we should make exceptions on any particular, but we've got some work to do around town. And I think we have the staff to be able to, we've gone at this with numerous different issues, not just this one. This is just a new thing, but enforcing our codes and or updating our codes where they need to be updated. Enforcing our codes and making things safe around town. So again, not to be long-winded, but I appreciate the education about the site triangles. I'd never seen them presented in this way. I'd only seen them drawn corner to corner on different front lots and things like that. I own a corner lot, so it's a
Good to know.
subject near and dear to me. No, I can't wall my house in and keep people away from me, which is what I really, really want to do. So I think I'm in favor of taking the recommendation here. Damn, this is the second issue tonight where Don's gone, but I want to roll some tires over his.
Truck.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate all the work and time and energy that everybody, including both parties, have put into this. This is, has been a very long time. And I apologize for the delay that the council took on the first meeting. Safety can't be grandfathered in, and it's first and foremost on our minds. And yes, our ordinances do need to be brought up to maybe last decade anyway. And we're working on that. So I appreciate all the work that has been done just on this one item. So without further ado, I'd like to have a motion to, don't tell me, to require the property owner at 701 Second Street to modify the existing fence to address traffic and pedestrian safety concerns.
So moved.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Sabathia. I'd like to do a friendly amendment to that, if I may. Sorry.
I was going to second it.
I know, I need a friendly amendment first, though. That the city engage our city engineer to do the study without engaging a licensed traffic engineer.
I will,
Do you accept that?
Amendment accepted.
Thank you.
I will second the friendly amendment.
Thank you. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia, friendly amendment by Mayor Jordan, accepted by Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia, seconded by Councilmember Morris Lopez. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aranda?
No.
Mayor, Councilmember Frios?
No.
Councilmember Morris Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Uh, 6B, thank you all for coming. 6B, appeal the Planning Commission's decision to approve the major site design review for 411 the Alameda with condition of approval number 19 requiring the removal of stone veneer at the front of the house. This has been asked for a continuance. Do we need a motion for that?
We can, we don't, there's not necessary.
Okay, so this is continued to the February 18th, 2025 council meeting.
Yes.
Thank you. Administrative reports, status update of the fire contract with the city of Hollister. Welcome, safety coordinator.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Just a quick 2 slides. And this, I prepared this prior to finding out about a special city council meeting that was held today for the city of Hollister at 3:30, well attended by many, to include myself and the mayor. So the status of the fire contract prior to today's meeting was the city of Hollister had provided contract fire services since 2013 to the city of San Juan Bautista. June 3rd of last year, the city manager was notified the council of a 270-day notice received from Hollister to end that current contract, right, which we all know about. The current contract dated March 18th, 2019 with the city of Hollister was due to end March 17th of 2025 this year, right? March 17th, I was basically having prior to March 17th. I mean, I've been having conversations with the fire chief, city personnel from Hollister, and I was basically asked if I had a plan B for the city of San Juan Bautista, which we don't have a plan B. So this kind of threw me in a panic. So I've been working diligently with them, with everybody else in town, different ideas and such. And today, when they had their special meeting, they actually rescinded the 270 day. So that gave us some reprieve, but we're still not out of the woods. So we still have to deal with this contract. So the reason I put this on the agenda is I want to hold a town hall meeting. And I want our residents to know what's going on, full disclosure of what's happening, what's going to happen if we don't come to a resolution with the city of Hollister, or quite frankly, the county doesn't come to the table to negotiate this, because that's what the holdup is. I'm not going to hold my words here. That's what the holdup is the county. So we need to have our plan B, and we need to educate our residents of San Juan Bautista and anywhere that Station 4 touches. Because the calls for service, and this can all be presented at our town hall meeting, are higher in the county versus the city of San Juan Bautista. So a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people are thinking that CAL FIRE is going to come to the rescue and save them, and that's just not the way it works. So I'm hoping that by having and hosting this town hall meeting, that it will be full transparency, again, for our residents here in San Juan, which I am one of those residents. So this is near and dear to my heart. And we all know what's happening and what could happen. We've all witnessed what's going on down in LA. I personally responded to the CZU fire and had to deal with that on the sheriff coroner section. And that was not fun. And I don't want to have to respond to the city of San Juan and, surrounding areas and have to ask people for their dental records or who their dentist is. That is not fun. And I've responded to Dixie as well. So again, this is near and dear to my heart, and I think everybody in this community needs to know what's going on. So I'm hoping that we can have a town hall meeting. Again, with this 270-day clause being rescinded, it will give us more time. I was hoping for February 1st town hall meeting, but I think we have more time to plan this and really get more parties involved. I know that there's people from CAL FIRE that want to attend this meeting as well, and they will provide us with what their services look like and why we can't afford them, and what that means to us. So with all that said, I will determine a date for this town hall meeting, and we're hoping to host it at the local school here. I'm in talks with them to host it there, so we have plenty of room for everybody to show up. And we'll be working on flyers, and we will be contacting our county supervisors, and they will be invited. So they can answer questions from our residents. So with that, that's just real quick.
Thank
And
you.
I'll be back.
No, don't go anywhere yet.
Okay.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from the council? Councilmember Aranda?
Thank you for the report. Roy, I think that's a fabulous idea to host something like that, just because it impacts all our residents and it's a big safety issue or something that really affects our town. So great work. And I look forward to hopefully being at that meeting and getting all the answers and being transparent as much as possible with our local residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
Yeah, thanks, Roy. Thankfully, Hollister kind of, realized how bad this could have been. Giving us more time is going to be great. We'll be able to build a good program. There is some people out there that are really, I spoke to somebody who lives in the county, and that the answer I got was, oh, somebody will come. I think there's a lot of confusion about, there's nobody coming if this doesn't happen. And then a lot of folks also have to understand that, especially on this end of the county, how much we contribute. We contribute a fire engine and a fire station. If the county had to go out and buy a new engine and a station, we're talking $6-8 million. And that kind of factors into the fact that we're not paying, giant fee for, and the county does supplement some of that staffing. I did speak to Nick Ciradella, who's the deputy unit chief for San Benito Monterey, and he said he would gladly get some folks over to speak about it on their end. He sent me numbers on the Aromas contract, just the basic numbers of, you know, as we call it, butts in the seats, and then some of the shared contracts that he has. So what they'll do, that, you know, there's a certain rate for just staffing, and then there's admin. So there's a whole different branch, admin and safety and dispatch and all that stuff. What Aromas does is they share that cost with the city of Soledad and South Monterey County. So it kind of splits it up a little bit, which is a great deal for Aromas. Aromas is going to struggle. The CAL FIRE staffing shifted from 76 hours a week to 56 hours a week, which means they need 3 people per day, as before it was 2.3 people per day. That's kind of sounds confusing, but there's a relief person that fills. So I love the fact, Roy, that we'll really build this up, you know, get the word out there, good information. And it's been something as a county, we've been very poor at, this kind of information. And we've been really poor at public safety. As I said in my fire chief's interview in 2003 with the grand jury, and I'm still barking it. I feel like Don Quixote. I'm still poking windmills, but Roy's got a great idea going forward. Thank you, Roy.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you, Roy. I'm glad that you're on that committee. And I'd like to think that we could turn a new page in the book and foster some more collaborative and cooperative work. You know, sometimes we hang on to the past, but I think it's we moving forward and just getting the community involved. And there's been changes at this Hollister City Council level and also obviously at the Board of Supervisors. So I'm hoping for the best that we can move forward collaboratively. Thank you. I think you can help.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
I love the idea of getting our county elected officials in front of our citizens and getting them to answer for the lack of support and disinformation that they've been spreading. I love that idea. Just turn up the fire on them and get some good information to our residents and get some good progress made towards actually making, you know, we as a city have done our part in terms of trying to come to an agreement and understanding and, you know, swallowing this. I mean, no matter how you put it, it's a bitter pill, right? It's a bill you got to pay. And we've done our part in terms of doing our due diligence and trying to bring parties to the table. But yeah, I love the idea of getting a big town hall. And my only add to that would be make sure we get some solid agreements for getting those electeds attendance.
That might be a way to bring them. I implore every council member and everybody within the reach of our firehouse and engine to watch the special meeting. Started at 3:30, ended shortly after 4 o'clock.
Yes.
To watch that meeting of the Hollister City Council. It's not all as rosy as we would like to think it is. Yes, they got rid of the 270 days, but that brings on a whole nother set of issues. I like that San Juan has been at the table since day one. And one council member mentioned that it was also that council member that gave me a heads up that there was a meeting today at 3:30, which wasn't publicized correctly or agendized, or I forget what the wording is. Noticed, thank you. It wasn't noticed correctly. So thanks to Councilmember Morales that I even got the notification. So please watch the first 45 minutes of the council meeting and appreciate all the work that you're doing, and you and our city manager attending actively, continuing to attend these meetings actively, and being the voice for San Juan. Absolutely critical. And I believe that we have been working diligently with the city. And it is the county that has been dragging their feet, and the sooner we can get a town hall, the better, and the more people we invite, the better. And hope that we put notice out to everyone. Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment on this?
No speaker cards received and seeing no hands raised on Zoom, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the council one more time.
Yeah, one thing I didn't ask, they dropped this 270 so that we're back to our previous contract. So we have another year and some change, I believe.
December of this year.
Yeah,
Or-
December.
Yeah.
I thought it was December.
Is it December this year? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But I was thinking,
year, right?
when they did that thing, I was like, oh, we got a year and a half, but it was 270 days plus.
Right.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
I mean, that's huge though, that we have to December, since we've been at the table since day one,
Yeah.
day zero. And they threw the 270 days without any conversation, and now to give us time to actually, wait for the county to come on board, is big. But again, it brings a whole nother set of issues.
Yeah. And the video that the Hollister Firefighters Union put out was pretty comprehensive. It was a good video if anybody wants to watch that.
And once again, I appreciate them so very much. I met the firefighter that actually extricated me today. Super cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Treasurer's report.
Good evening.
Hey, Wendy.
Hi there. Let's see, you have in your pack today, the, finance report as at November 30th, representing 42% of the city's fiscal year. Our general fund revenues are running at 38% for the year to date, and our expenditures are at 32% for the year to date, showing a positive change in fund balance of $211,000. Our water enterprise fund is running at 47% for the year to date, and expenses are at 34%, showing a positive change in the enterprise fund balance of $513,000. Our sewer enterprise fund revenues are running at 45%, and expenses are at 41%, and that has provided a positive change in the sewer enterprise fund balance of $449,000.
Thank you. Questions from the council? Councilmember Aranda.
No questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels.
No questions. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions, comments, concerns from Zoom land or chambers?
See, no speaker cards received and seeing no hands raised on Zoom, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Action item 9. Fiscal year 2023-2024 audit presentation by Ryan Jolly, and approve a resolution accepting the San Juan Bautista municipal audit for fiscal year
Madam Mayor, sorry, are we doing consent or?
2023. Did I miss 8? Did I miss? one?
Yeah.
I skipped a whole entire page. Thank you very much. We can make this go really, really quick. There are 5 items on the consent agenda. Would any member of the council wish to pull one?
Yes, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yes, for full transparency, I'd like to pull item E for discussion for the public.
Thank you. Any others?
D.
Thank you. Any others? Thank you. And we are tabling F. May I have a motion to approve A, B, C?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia, seconded by Councilmember Aranda to approve consent agenda item A, B, C.
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez, action or consent agenda item E, award of contract for fire protection and life safety services special district formation study.
Yes, I just wanted to speak to that. That is in regards to the contingency that the county and the city of Hollister and we as the lead agency that are actually acquiring and taking the lead on securing an outside report to talk about our options to continue with fire services for the county and the city of Hollister and San Juan Bautista. My understanding in that contract is that we are the lead agency and maybe city manager Colick can kind of speak to that a little bit for the public. What I understand as well is that there's not to exceed 10,000 for ourselves. And it seems like the total cost for this contract would be about 99K or almost 100,000.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember Morris Lopez. This RFP went out several months ago, and through the Fire Advisory Committee, it was decided that San Juan Bautista would be the lead agency to negotiate the contract and follow through on ensuring that we have a feasibility study to decide whether we want to form a district, a fire services district. So this is like the first step of many, right? The Fire Advisory Committee voted that the breakdown for payment for the feasibility study would be 45, 45, 10. So that's where that number comes from.
Thank you. And I guess the other aspect of this is that we would continue to take the lead, even though one would say, well, why is San Juan doing this? Since we have a lot less in terms of units of usage, for lack of a better term. Councilmember Friels could probably correct me on that. Why is this small guy taking the lead? But I understand that it's a good act of faith. And also, we're neutral. And we've been at the table and we've been trying to work out a deal and go along. So I think this is really good for us and good for all parties involved.
Go ahead, Councilmember Friels.
No, you're exactly right. We did want to take the lead because numerous things. One, we already negotiated in good faith with Hollister, and got that finished. Two, we were the only ones that paid up right from the get-go. And so we just thought somebody has to be an adult and move forward with this. And Dawn ran with it and it's great. And then, we've got Roy, Roy came in off the bench now. So, and he's getting Ashley up to date and up to speed. The hard work is done on our end. Aside from answering questions from these folks that are going to do this RFP, but I don't think they're going to be as big a pain in the rear as AP Triton was. So, so this should work out. Correct me if I'm wrong. So this should Want to tell them a little bit about what is it, Tilly,
So it's,
Baker Tilly?
yeah, we actually contacted several, companies for this RFP. Only one responded. It's Baker and Tilly. So that's the only one we're going to be working with. And again, we'll take the lead. So it's just one vendor.
Other question. Would they also consider going down on that 99K?
No.
Yeah, and the 10% we argued for like 3-4%, 5-4, 3-4 back and forth.
Why are we at 10?
Yeah, we were at 10 because our county supervisor decided to speak for us and threw out a number instead of one of us being able to speak for ourselves. Dawn was saying 3% for the last 2 years. So that's where we ended up, is at 10%. Because if you see the call volume in the chart and stuff, even though the numbers are a little skewed, and Roy can attest to this, it shows us running about 6% out of this fire station. Well, that's not the city limits. The San Juan Bautista is probably more like 1 or 2%. So we're really not a very big impact on the fire department. So I guess that was kind of another reason we could jump in there and help. We're not really impacting them too much, thankfully, so far. So is that, Roy, that pretty much in a nutshell?
In a nutshell, to be honest, it's been going on forever.
Yeah.
So if we can just get this done and get at least this piece moving forward, we're going to be way ahead of this. So
Yeah, and in
thank
this
you.
RSP, they're going to cover all the bases, all the different types of fire protection, from everybody going on their own to consolidation to, I mean, they're going to cover the whole thing. And they'll even go as far as to say the best way to fund it, in their opinions, from, all the years of work. They're not a small company. They've been doing this a while. And like Roy said, we put out the first RFP that went out, only one person was asked. I think you asked, how many did you guys ask? Six, it was, huh? Yeah. And we were told that that's all that, another reason we took the lead is because we were told, there's only 1 or 2 agencies in California that do this. And I know that I've worked personally with 2, and it did a Google search and I found 10. So just in California. So that's another reason we, as Roy says, we're really invested in this. I mean, we're a historic city of major importance, and a good hot day, we're done. So that's why we want to get this ball rolling. So.
And I like the fact that they said they would help implement the plan. Right?
That's what they're saying. Yeah. I'm learning a lot during this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
How do we get our supervisor to stop speaking for us?
Offline.
And then online?
What?
And then after that, online?
Sure.
I don't have anything productive to say. Thank you for the hard work.
Thank you for pulling this item. Good to have that discussion. And thanks for the backstory, Scott and Roy. May I have a motion to accept consent agenda item E?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Friel, seconded by Councilmember Sabathia. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Item D, Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia, changing check signing responsibilities on city bank accounts.
Yep. I pulled this just so that we say the names out loud for people.
Thank you very much. You're still red. No, you're still red. There you go.
So our check signers will be Councilmember Aranda, Councilmember Frios, Mayor Jordan, and Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you. And we took all previous council members and city manager off.
Correct. We will when we get the signature cards.
Thank you. We're getting that done ASAP, right?
Of course.
Thank you. May I have questions, comments, concerns on this? Thank you. Thank you for that question. May I have a motion to accept consent agenda item D?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Aranda, seconded by Councilmember Morris Lopez. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Action items. Fiscal year 2023-24 audit presentation by Ryan Jolly. And approve a resolution accepting the San Juan Bautista municipal audit for fiscal year 23-24. Wendy and our consultant, Mr. Jolly.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for having me here tonight. I'll go over a few highlights regarding the audit report and then can take any questions you have. We completed the audit for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2024 for the City of San Juan Bautista. Just beyond the table of contents is our independent auditor's report. This is where we issued an unqualified opinion stating that we found the city's books and records to be in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. This is the most favorable audit opinion that can be received. So congratulations again to the city for a clean audit report. Going into the body of the financial statements, just briefly, I'll mention on the statement of net position, this is the government-wide, total government-wide statement of net position on a full accrual basis. The following page, on page 5, is the statement of activities. This is also government-wide, including governmental activities and business type activities on a full accrual basis, recording depreciation and recognizing all liabilities and assets of the city. I'll then jump into page 6. This is where we get into governmental funds on what we call a modified accrual basis. These are more of the short-term obligations of the city are being reflected here. So on page 6 is the general fund, is the only major fund that met the qualifications to be considered such. No new display of any new assets or liabilities this year, but overall the city had a ending net position in the general fund or fund balance in the general fund of just under 2.8 million. If you then jump to page 8, this is the statement of revenues and expenditures. And once again, on the general fund, this year there was a decrease in fund balance of just over 700,000. This is a result of expenses exceeding revenues by that amount. The non-major governmental funds are in the back of the financials. We'll get to those in a little bit, and they're summarized here in this column. But I'll now jump to page 10, which is the enterprise funds. Water and sewer fund. A couple new things this year regarding the sewer treatment plant that's being constructed. There were some capital contributions for funds received regarding that project, and also a line of credit of just under 5 million that's been drawn upon to help fund those improvements that are being made. There's additional footnotes in the back, and once we get past the financial statements starting on page 13 that give a more detailed explanation of the significant assets and liabilities of the city. On page 11 is the statement of revenue and expenses for the water and sewer funds. You'll notice water had an increase of 423,000 and sewer had an increase of approximately 3.7 million. Most of that is attributable to the capital contributions that were received for the funding of the capital projects that are happening in the sewer fund. Page 12 is a statement of cash flows. This gives you an idea of the activity that took place to arrive from our beginning of year cash balances to end of year cash balances for the enterprise funds. Overall, the enterprise funds ended with just over 4.6 million in cash at the end of the fiscal year. Getting into the notes of the financial statements, the first couple pages give some definitions of the different assets and liabilities of the city. And then starting on page 20, you get into some of the more detailed footnotes on the significant assets and liabilities, starting with cash and investments, and then proceeding on with some lease receivables. This is a new standard that was implemented in the last year or two, where we recognize any long-term leases as a lease asset, and those are amortized over the period of the lease. On page 25 is a summary of your capital asset activity for the year, both on a governmental activities basis and also for the enterprise funds. As you'll notice, overall construction in progress for the enterprise funds or for the sewer fund is sitting at just about 10 million as of right now, as of the end of June 30, 2024. Following that is on page 26, long-term debt. The city continues to meet its debt obligations and be in compliance with any debt covenants. As mentioned, there's a line of credit taken out this year that's just under 5 million as of this audit. And there's a note describing that financing agreement with the line of credit on page 28. A couple other footnotes regarding due froms and advances and transfers in and out amongst funds. So there's a little more detailed information on those. And then finally, some deferred inflows and outflows based on timing differences that are presented in note 11. Getting on beyond the financial statements, on page 32 is a budgetary comparison schedule. This gives you the budgeted amounts compared to final actual amounts and shows the variances that occurred. Getting beyond that is our non-major governmental funds. All of these funds are operating as intended. Nothing that stood out of any significance this year. Then going on to page 37 is another independent auditor's report. This has to do with our review of the city's internal controls. This is where we look at the significant transaction classes of cash disbursements, cash receipts, and payroll, making sure there's proper segregation of duties. This year, there were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies identified in the internal controls of the city. Something a little bit different this year is a single audit was performed. This is in regards to the funding, the loan guarantee from the U.S. Department of Ag. About 4.8 million was spent in this fiscal year that will be later guaranteed by a loan from the U.S. Department of Ag. And so that triggered a single audit, and the report that we issued here didn't identify any non-compliance with the terms of the grant. On page 42 is the summary schedule of the federal expenditures. Overall, the city received just over 5.4 million. The major program that was audited had to do with the water and waste disposal loan guarantee of 4.8 million. Page 44 is just a little summary of the results of any findings or question costs. There were none. So another clean opinion on the single audit portion of the city's audit. Finally is our management report to the city council, letting you know that we didn't have any difficulties in completing the audit, didn't have any disagreements with management, didn't identify any uncorrected misstatements, and didn't have any other issues or items to disclose to the city council. Overall, very a lot of things going on this year, a little bit more activity, but the city did great with the help of Wendy and the city staff to get us all the information we needed, and in order to draft up some of these new loan agreements and also to get that single audit portion of the audit done this year. That's all I have at this time. Thank you for the opportunity to work with the city again, and I can now take any specific questions you might have.
Thank you. Questions from the council? Councilmember Aranda?
Yeah, I have a question. I know you just touched base on it, but just to confirm, were there any specific areas of concern or potential weaknesses identified during the audit that we should be aware of?
No, this year we didn't issue any management findings or questioned costs or anything that we came across in this year's audit.
Got it. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
I loved hearing the most favorable comment of the evening. Thank you. Wendy, thank you so much again. You're not retiring anytime soon, are you, please? Just, stick with us for a while.
Oh, I can't speak to that right now, but we have a succession planning in place, and it's not any time in the foreseeable future. How is that?
Okay, great. Thank you. Ryan, I'm a little concerned. Are they locking you in a storage closet
Oh.
to do these things?
I was away at an activity at my church, and
Okay.
I was for some reason I was thinking I might be earlier on the agenda, so I had to jump in a closet to basically do the audit report.
All right. Well, thank you for the report. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez?
Thank you so much for everyone involved in this report. I like the words clean audit. Thank you so much for your hard work.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia?
Thank you both for your report and analysis. Again, like everybody else is saying, love the term clean audit, most favorable. Hopefully we continue to make decisions as a city and a city council that allow us to have strong financial position.
Amen to that. Just a clarification on words. Uncorrected statements versus a corrected statement. We can correct a statement.
That would be if we identified a misstatement. Let me look here. Corrected and uncorrected. Yes, that would be. There's some things that are immaterial as far as like our materiality that we follow, but so there are some uncorrected misstatements that we could technically pass on, but we didn't identify any of those that we passed on either. So
Very cool.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just gonna make a comment about your closet. Questions, comments, concerns from the chambers?
No speakers cards, no speaker cards received, and no hands raised on Zoom, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Final concerns, questions from council? Thank you. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia, seconded by Councilmember Friels. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aranda?
Yes.
Councilmember Friels?
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy the
you.
rest of your evening. Action item 9B, city manager job description and salary schedule. Who's talking about this one? What do we do about this? We need to approve a resolution adopting the proposed updated job description of the city manager attached to this resolution, which describes the current duties, and approve an updated salary contingent upon approval of the updated job description. Since we don't have anybody to discuss it, do we have any questions on the non-discussion?
I mean, other than, is that something we can move to the next meeting or, I mean, I definitely have some questions for the consultant, so being that he's not here.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything? Nothing. Anything? Nothing, nothing. Can we move this to next month? Thank you. Do we need a motion for that? Can we have may I have a motion to continue this to the February 18th meeting?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion to continue 9B, city manager job description and salary schedule to the February 18th meeting, made by Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia, seconded by Councilmember Aranda. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Informational items and reports. City manager report. Welcome to your very first one. All I ask before you start is to pull the microphone closer, please.
Just need 1 second while I find my lovely report and pull the mic closer because I have no voice at 8:37. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is my first official meeting, second meeting technically. I started on January 6th and my primary focus has been due diligence as I work on transition issues and gather as much data and information as I can to help the council make decisions. So far, it's been very interesting. Very, very interesting. I've had lots of one-on-one meetings with staff. We've been talking about their roles, challenges, priorities. I've met with City of Hollister, San Benito County Sheriff's Department, and attended business council lunch. I also attended LAFCO virtually, met with the finance team to go over our lovely audit and our books. It's been very, very eventful the last several weeks. Have reviewed lots of regulatory compliance oversight, a lot of economic development initiatives, public safety coordination with Roy, who is outstanding. And I won't read the 4-page report, but I just wanted to make sure I gave you something comprehensive so that you knew what I was up to, but also what is left to do, which is quite a lot. There is a wastewater compliance report that's due on January 30th. We have to continue negotiations with regulators for reasonable chloride limits in wastewater agreements. We have lots to do for economic development and public safety, community development, historic preservation. There's a lot going on in San Juan Bautista. And I'm looking forward to the challenge. So far, everyone has been incredibly welcoming, very, very helpful. And I have, I'm really becoming quite attached and fond of what's happening here. So thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councilmember Aranda.
No, other than great work. I understand that San Juan has a lot of complex challenges, and it's great to see someone that's really just getting into it and doing all these things. After reviewing this report, I see that your hands are full, and I'm really impressed. Great job, keep up the good work, and I hope to see more things done. So great work.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels.
No, lots of stuff. One thing that really jumped out and made me happy to see is initiate conversations with key industrial wastewater users. Thank you. It's a long time coming, and they they need to hear from us. But thank you so much for this, very comprehensive. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Welcome again, and thank you for your work. And I know there's a lot here, even though it's a small town of 2,300, there's a lot of challenges. And so I just want to thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
Thank you for your work and your report. I don't have any questions or comments on it. The only thing I wanted to mention and make sure it stood out from our earlier discussion on the water agreement, there's a gap there in what has been presented to us and what is being asked of us from our potential new partner. Understanding where that gap is and the details around it. Specifically, we voted on and agreed on, like I mentioned, a rate increase, but a range of rate increase, and how much of what they presented is consumed by that rate, or how much of that rate increase is consumed by what the water board has presented. Understanding that figure, like, I'd be real disappointed if the answer was 0%, because there was a lot of trust in what a previous city manager was negotiating and presenting with that situation for us. But I when this came up on the agenda, I went back and looked, and we were sold on the import of water being part of that rate study. So understanding that, have fun multitasking, being an octopus. Yeah.
Mayor, may I respond? I want to say thank you for that, and I appreciate you saying that. I've barely scratched the surface on water and wastewater. And I will say that the former city manager Reynolds left a very detailed report, a very detailed transition report. I've also met with him quite a bit behind the scenes to get more understanding, have him on speed dial. So I will be reaching out to him to dig into that a little bit more, because this was his baby, and he had a really good understanding, more intimate than I do at this point. So that is definitely on my radar, and I will be making sure that I understand that thoroughly before I bring it back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then just another, as you saw today, easiest and quickest way to get a hold of me is the phone. If you need anything.
Thank you. I appreciate, thanks for the report, and I appreciate how quickly you have jumped into the waters and taken a hold of situations. We did good. Thanks. I have no other comment on any of this. I appreciate what you're doing. And it's an amazing job in 11 days, but who's counting? It's been like a year already, I think. Questions, comments, concerns from chambers?
Michael Ponce?
Hi, Michael, welcome. You have 3 minutes
And counting.
and counting.
Thank you. I'd just like to, at this time, officially introduce myself to new city manager Ashley Pollock. I have been, as you probably heard tonight, very involved with the water and sewer. Been studying it for a long time. You must be a person that thrives on challenges, because I can imagine the challenges that are facing you. And I think here in San Juan, we are blessed to have someone that is wanting to accept those challenges. So I thank you for that. I do have a request. I have been trying to get an analysis report that is going to be presented to our industrial users. Previous city manager Don Reynolds announced on our November 19th of 2024 meeting that this analysis was complete to present to the industrial users. I have been asking for the report, and I have not received it. it was encouraging to hear you say just now that Don left a very detailed analysis of the water and waste project. So I'm hoping that that report can surface. Earlier, I was kind of concerned that I got the feeling that nobody knew about this report or didn't know where it was. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Does anybody know anything about the water and the project, the water and the wastewater? But it sounds like you have a good resource, and I'm glad to hear that Don is still willing to help us out. Because like you say, it was his baby. And I'm sure he wants it to get completed, and we in San Juan really want it to get completed. I officially sent a request for this report to City Clerk Elizabeth Soto, and she has been working with me through email, and I thank her for her work. So all I'm asking for is to get this report so I can read it, because I'm assuming that the reason why this report is written is we're going to tell the industrial users the possibility of sending them water to help with their effluent discharge limits that will in turn help us as we send our effluent to Hollister. Hollister right now is having trouble meeting their discharge limit. And I'm concerned that if we don't get our industrial users under control, that they might not accept our.
Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Do we have any other comment?
Seeing no hand raised on Zoom.
Thank you. Fire department update.
Should I welcome you back, or are you gonna, no, I'm just kidding. Oh, all right. Just a quick note before I start this presentation. I just want to thank the interim city manager, Ashley. She's been awesome to work with. And she's very supportive of some of us that are still kind of new to the city. We're all kind of learning and trying to help each other out. So, and Don did leave a laundry list of things for us to work on. So we're all trying to help. So just be patient with us, I guess, is all I'm asking. But and part of that has been reviewing some contracts as well. So I hope that's in her staff report there, which is very, very important that when we're finding that out. So we're all kind of digging in on that as a team. So we're hoping to work that out as well. Just wanted to mention that real quick. So as far as my projects recently is, as you know, the fire district RFP, which thank you for approving our portion of that. I also, and this is a November, December report. So I've met with Sheriff Taylor as well. I know towards the end, and when Dawn was here, it was kind of hard to get a sit down with Sheriff Taylor, but since then, I've been able to meet with them. We discussed current contracts, the relationship between the city and the sheriff's office, the dedicated deputy, just a variety of different issues. He's very supportive of the city, can make time to come and address city council if asked. He's been busy with some other things, but very supportive, continues to be supportive. We talked about the current contract. It's going to be left alone for now, which is a good thing for us. So yeah, it's a good thing for us. I've worked hard with Elsa to transfer special event procedures from recreations to city planner. I think that's where it should really rest and be there with her. So we're working with that with her and reviewing the current policies and procedures for that, as well as immunity codes for that, and then working with some of our vendors to include the vendor for the rib cook-off. So we're trying to get through all that, trying to get through the new contracts and all that. I've also attended the County Homeless Task Force, and yeah, I'll continue to attend those meetings. And that's with all the county partners. And discussing special events. I've reviewed the operation plans for the upcoming rib cook-off with the fire department, with the sheriff's office. And we've discussed, different approaches to those, to include additional staffing by the sheriff's office. They've also included drones this year for the patrol staff, which I requested for some of our events. Because as you know, in our events, the rib cook-off, it gets, really packed. And it's hard to walk through that crowd, especially for our emergency personnel. So I think by having drones and some cameras downtown would really help us out. So I'm coming up with a plan for that. And then based on the city of Hollister approving their 4th of July biker event, I requested 2 deputies for that entire weekend. I figured I'd ask for that now before the city of Hollister takes everybody's resources. So I did right away. Once I saw that, I called the sheriff and said, I want 2 deputies. So I'm working with them on that. And then I'm also reviewing different street barriers for large scale events. Because based on what's been going on in the nation, I kind of want to prevent any of that. I want to start prepping for our large scale events downtown and maybe get some road closure type of those big water barricades that you can, just take the water out and remove them and then fill them with water so a vehicle can't, go through our downtown during a special event. So I'm doing things like that. Again, reviewing contracts. One of them is 4-leaf. I know that's some of you want us to review some of those contracts. So that we're reviewing those contracts as far as planning, building, all those different things and seeing how we can save. So I'm doing that as well. Law and fire summary. November, the sheriff's office towed 1 vehicle for blocking a hydrant. They took a stolen vehicle report from Valero and arrested the driver after he crashed into a tree. I think we talked about that already. 2 DUI arrests. The graffiti at the library. 9 traffic citations. In December, they had 5 traffic citations. Nothing further of note. And then Desi worked during New Year's Eve. He was here for New Year's Eve. And then I did see, I don't know if you've seen a female deputy cruising town on the days that Desi isn't here, and she's been making some car stops. I've seen her a couple times in town. So I took a couple photos, sent them to the sheriff and said, thank you for the additional patrol. So that's been nice. Any questions on any of that, fire or law? Yes.
I'm appreciating you giving us these reports. I find the information a little bit more comprehensive than the previous reports that we were getting from both the fire chief and when the sheriff representatives were around. It gives us a little bit better view in terms of even when things are happening outside of our city boundaries and that we're being notified of it, kind of how it impacts us. Do we expect that to be going forward? Or should we not expect it? I know on the agenda it's saying that we should be receiving reports from the sheriff and from the fire chief.
Just let me know when you want them here. They've been, I know the fire chief's super busy.
Yep.
With contracts, but yeah.
So the Hollister is changing their date for their city council meetings, but they have a city council meeting tonight, so he works for the city of Hollister, so he's sitting at the city of Hollister's.
Okay.
He will be, I know the fire chief for a fact will be attending our city council meetings. So the city of Hollister is changing theirs to Mondays now.
Monday. Mm-hmm.
So ours will continue to be on Tuesday, so he'll be more available for us.
Okay. Yeah, and that's no knock on you. It's more of even when they do speak, I appreciate when you put together the slide and we're seeing how it all breaks down. It's more, to me, like I said, more personal touch, seeing how things that they're reporting impact us. I find when they are reporting, they're usually reporting things that are happening, but it like they're talking to the Hollister City Council when they're doing it.
Who took out the hydrant?
It was what I was told, it was a larger vehicle, a semi, that went through a downtown street and took out the hydrant. So there was a sheriff's office report on that. For insurance purposes.
And we know for sure it was live shooting stream up in the air.
It was. The pressure was appropriate. We checked the pressure.
Yeah.
Based on everything that's been going on, we did check that with our public works department.
Yeah,
Everything's
yeah.
working, everything's
So we
functioning.
put all that new system in there. I don't even know if they've tested them yet. Some, I mean, just got their flows. So I'm just curious on that.
But it's
But-
been tested now.
Yeah, it
That-
works now. Yeah.
That's the first thing I asked when I found out about it,
Good.
based on what's going on.
Thanks.
The code enforcement update for November, December.
Sorry, can I
Yes, sorry.
ask? We went out of. Councilmember Rhonda, questions?
No, other than great work. I'm so happy you're being proactive with, I was just gonna ask about the rally. As I was attending one of some other committee, someone brought it up and they were saying that they were bringing that back. And first thing that came to light or my mind was, do we have enough officers for something like that here? So great work on that and great work on this report.
Thank you.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you, Roy. You're always so proactive. So I saw that in December, there were 6 vehicle accidents. If you can go back to that slide. Was that in the city limits or in the county
Oh, I'm sorry.
for 6 vehicle accidents in December?
I'd have to go back to the fire report.
Okay. And then also, I just want to mention, I think I mentioned this to you in passing, that I have, I think it was you. I've seen a couple of little kids, like I want to say they're maybe like, they're not teenagers, they're like maybe 11, 12, cruising around on mini bikes and go-karts on city streets.
I have seen them as well.
Yeah.
It
Do
was
you
me.
know what's happening with that? Have their parents been approached?
I have
Sheriff
not
been-
followed up with the sheriff's office.
Yeah, I think we really need to look at that a lot closer and prohibit that. Yeah. So free for all out there. Thank you.
On the fire hydrant, are we billing? Thank you. For water and time and materials and all that stuff. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. One other question, and I think it's been answered before, and I apologize for this, and I'm not sure you have the answer, but if you can follow up with it or have the sheriff's department follow up with it. There was a vehicle pulled over and the driver of said vehicle had an arrest warrant out on him, her, they, and they were released. They were cited and released, but there's an arrest warrant, and I just don't understand that. So if you can follow up with that question, I would appreciate it. Why don't they arrest if there's an arrest warrant?
A variety of reasons, so I'll find out why.
Thank you. Okay, carry on.
Code enforcement, 16 cases and resolved, building without permits, parking issues, and public right-of-way issues, 0 stop orders, no update on nuisance property. Actually, there is an update, I'm sorry, that's an old one. So with the help of the city attorney's office, we have served 3 of the nuisance properties. Some of them started cleaning up on their own. You can probably guess which one I'm talking about, but we're moving forward. So I know that the city attorney's been very busy with those 3 properties that we have identified in the past. So that's really working. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Do they have a permit for the fence?
So yeah, the city attorney's been really working hard on that.
That's a good question, though. Do you need a permit for a side fence, like a side yard fence? Is 6-foot fence? Yeah,
Sorry, can you come up to the
kind
microphone?
of all in the same ballpark here.
Yes, so it depends on where it's located, like in regards to zones, if it's a historic, if it's located in a historic district and also in regards to height, you may need a building permit.
Mhm.
So our building permit, our building department issues those permits. So to answer your question,
Yeah.
technically, yes, but we always encourage people to come talk to us first and
Yeah.
see if you need a permit, and we'll work with you to figure it out.
Okay, thank you. I'm not putting up a fence or anything.
And then, our code enforcement officer Soto attended California Enforcement Officer State Training in Long Beach to maintain his certification. That was all in November. December 5th, 5 parking citations, 6 stop orders. So he's staying busy. Any questions for code enforcement? And there's a couple other things he's been starting to work on as well. The sign's still at Windmill, and I noticed the second one. I knew that would come up. So we're working with them on that as well. He called in sick today, so I couldn't ask him about the 2 signs, but we are working on those. And then we continue to work on speeding issues with the sheriff's office. And I was told that the sheriff, and I still have to confirm this, has spoken to the Highway Patrol, California Highway Patrol, for enforcement within our city. So I just have to get a copy of the signed agreement that they made. So if you do see CHP cruising through our town and stopping vehicles, that's a good thing. That means they worked that out. Again, I haven't confirmed that. I'm just waiting for the notification from their admin to give to me. So I'm hoping that starts happening. Probably won't be too popular with a lot of people that are accustomed to rolling through our stop signs. But so that's continuing. We continue to use the speed trailer in different locations in the city. We continue to talk to the fire marshal about speed cushions, and I know I've talked to Mr. Ponce. I've also invited him to discuss this topic with the fire marshal. So I'm just trying to get the fire marshal here in the city of San Juan to schedule a meeting. They've been busy on other stuff. And then deputies continue to increase traffic. I mentioned one earlier. And then just my last slide is I still working on reestablishing the Public Safety Committee. And I've completed the staff work to establish that committee, which we'll present at the next meeting. And that's it for my report.
Perfect. Thank you. Councilmember Aranda?
Yeah, talking about speed and vehicle citations and whatnot. I forgot to ask my last comment. Have we captured anybody using those cameras that we just recently set up that are the license plate readers? Has that worked out for us?
So we
Are
have
they
2.
online?
So we have the cameras that you can review. You can go back and review.
Mhm.
And then we have what's called license plate readers.
Yeah.
So because we're a municipality, we won't get notified for stolen vehicles. Those are more like for stolen vehicles.
Yeah.
Be on the lookout for like missing kids or vehicles involved in other crimes. We're not law enforcement, so we do not get notified. The sheriff's office gets notified.
Got it.
And they haven't reported that information to
So
me
I would
yet.
assume that there's been nothing.
They would have told me.
Got
and
it.
It would have been included in the report.
Okay, got it. Cool. That's pretty much all I have.
Councilmember Friels?
No, thanks, Roy. Appreciate the report.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez?
Yes, thank you. In the section under code enforcement update, I know that Oscar is not present, but I'm sure you can give us the update on the 2 warehouses, that were inspected. I want to say like maybe 6 months ago abouts, and there was lots of violations and question of whether or not that was zoned for residential and business. What's the follow-up on that? I'm a stickler for follow-up.
I don't have any follow-up on that. I know that they did inspect it with the fire marshal,
Mhm.
and I don't have those notes. on it
Okay.
today. Sorry.
So can we go back and figure out what's going on with the owner? Because to me, that seemed like a very complicated situation. We don't want to be cold-hearted up here, but at the same time, there were code violations and whether or not that was zoned properly for combined residential, whether or not the people have lived there for 2 decades, that's not the issue. And just like the gentleman in the audience earlier said, equity upon how we enforce codes. And this one's a huge safety issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia?
Thanks again for the report. All the information. And being proactive.
Thank you. I have a question on parking citations, not directly. We have a street cleaning truck and crew that go around. Can we get specific days that streets are done so we can have vehicles moved? So that the whole street gets swept? Instead of them doing one of these things? I don't know if we have an ordinance or something around that. Go ahead.
You can. Thank you, Mayor. You took the words right out of my mouth. I think we need to ask Ilse to look and see if we need to do a update to the.
I think that is gonna be more for public works since it is work on the public right of way. But if there is no ordinance, we can work together to, get that going.
Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was through ordinance or posting it and saying move it or lose it. Thank you.
Quick, can I, a little more?
Go ahead.
On that, I'm glad you brought that up. I was gonna bring that same thing. I asked, Don Reynolds a couple times, and I kind of talked to him. I said, I know we're kind of starting to crack down on, properties and, delinquent properties and things like that. And I said, if we're going to start making people clean up their yards, we need to clean up our own. We need to clean up our own neighborhood, and our streets are filthy. I can tell you in my 59 years of living here, I don't think I've ever seen them dirtier. This isn't on the code enforcement. I'm kind of, but yeah, I agree with that. They're terrible. And if two guys have to get out there with just blowers and do some work, I mean, it looks terrible. And I think March and April, we're probably gonna see some rain if this La Nina pattern holds up like it's supposed to. And, we spend a lot of money on these streets and gutters, and they're full of junk.
Right.
Even the handicap ramps are covered in mud and all that kind of stuff. So that's a health and safety issue. So yeah, they need to kick somebody in the keister and get them moving on these things. Appreciate it. I hate bringing this out in a public meeting and calling people out, but it's time.
Thank you for that.
There's a schedule for the street cleaning on the website. Do we know if we're following that schedule?
Yeah, when the street sweeper runs. Yeah. I think that one goes onto the city manager's list. It's not, that one's on the city manager's list. Thank you very much. I think that's it. Questions from chambers?
I didn't give you a card, but I think you guys know who I am. I just want to ask Roy.
State your name for the record, please.
Michael Ponce, 803 First Street.
Thank you.
I talked to Roy real quick during the meeting, but I just, for the record, I want to know, first I would say, I'm glad to see that we finally got some boulders in our little roundabout to discourage trucks
not
from
big
going over the
enough.
top. I'm just curious, see how effective they are, because since they've been installed, I still see trucks coming and going through the roundabout. And maybe we might have to bring those rocks out a little bit more to discourage them from coming in. And it's been said that, well, a truck's gonna hit the rock and get stuck, and now what do we do? I said, that's great. It's perfect, because now we got time to call the sheriff to come and issue a citation, and he will not go through the truck or to the roundabout again. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other comment? Thank you.
Now it's green. Eddie Walacha. Issue of Jake brakes on 156 approaching Alameda. Every morning, day, is there something, I know I've seen signs on highways making them illegal or not using them. Can something be done or worked with Caltrans addressing that issue, because they go off at early mornings, always used. And so if there's some type of signage along that pathway, they're pretty loud during the, even though it's right adjacent within that residential area throughout town, you can clearly hear them. And so it's a constant issue. One of the things I forgot to mention last time. So if something can be done about that, since we're talking about enforcement.
Thank
Right,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Which brings us to a nice segue. Thank you for the segue. Reports from city council representatives to regional organizations and committees. Councilmember Aranda.
I have not much, I really don't have much to report. I did attend a green mixer for, with the county, and that went really well. Like, I got to meet with a bunch of the Hollister council members and a lot of shakers and movers there in the county level. So it went really well, but again, it was just really just a mixer. I don't really have much to report, and that's all I have. What did I eat? I don't know. Some really good little, I don't know. Someone made a really good little caramel candy.
Margot's.
Margot's, yes.
Councilmember Friels.
Just we already talked about the fire district meeting. 4 of us showed up, and it was a 4-0 vote for the RFP.
Yes. Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you. Last Thursday, I attended my first COG meeting as the primary director for the city of San Juan. Councilmember Friels is alternate. We switched, and that was sort of a housekeeping meeting. It was the beginning of the year. A lot of changes, new directors, new chair. And basically, it was kind of like a welcoming of the new directorship and meeting the staff. And always there's a representative of Caltrans there. And to the gentleman that just spoke to the J brakes on the truck, one of the things I had brought up with Banu, who's the executive director of COG, Banu Abrams, and this will be brought up next meeting, is more specifics. That first, and one of them, as I was saying, we need more signage for the traffic going east on 156 when they come down the hill. And I think that's what that gentleman was addressing. And I said, that flashing light is not enough notice. They need to put it somewhere further west to start slowing down traffic. But it was a nice meeting. We have new chair, we have new members, and they talked a little bit about the project Highway 25. And the new chair really wants to kind of bring people up to speed, because there's been a lot of misunderstanding of that project, and maybe not full disclosure. And then they also want to just bring everyone, the public, up to speed on how we arrived there, and also maybe looking at different alternatives, because the budget, when they first budgeted that expansion, as Councilmember Friels recalls, it was a lot less money going. Now it's what, 800 mil? I don't know. It's just a lot of money going out. So they're talking about, well, let's look at maybe some other alternatives. But it was a very informative meeting. And that's all I have to report. And I missed Councilmember Freeman's note cards.
And on that there are 7 alternatives currently being, and so there are alternatives. Yeah.
Really want to bring those out and just really talk about what can
They've
they
been
look at.
out in 3 different
Yeah.
town hall meetings. And who's your chair now?
I believe it's Supervisor Velasquez, and then Vice Chair would be Vice Chair Stevens.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
I attended a few different CMAP meetings, including some special but not closed meetings. I've discussed with the mayor and with briefly today our city manager. So the seat we have on CMAP is our elected seat is a non-voting seat, and per the CMAP bylaws. So they are requesting that we provide them with another member. We won't lose our current seat on their board, but it'll be a non-voting seat. There's a lot going on with CMAP. There's kind of a tiff between the board and the executive director and some of the staff. There were some some issues going on. Caesar is the new interim board chair. And 2 new board members were just voted on. But yeah, there's a lot going on there. There's a lot in flux in terms of getting CMAP turned toward an upward trajectory. Some work to be done there. But that's all I had to report from that.
Thank you. I attended a LAFCO meeting. Supervisor Kosmicki is the chair with the mayor of Hollister as the vice chair. During that meeting, I think we went back 2 years. Hang on one second, I have to actually pull up the packet. We have been working on the MSR Municipal Services Review for wastewater for the better part of 1.5 years. MSRs are supposed to be reviewed every 5 years. And I'm not sure when the last time any were reviewed, but we started the review. It had gone out to the city manager for the city of Hollister, and the chair and vice chair and another member of LAFCO decided to put municipal service review for that on hold indefinitely. We also discussed one of LAFCO's role is to reach out to all special districts and remind them that they have the opportunity to join LAFCO. The request was thrown out for the next meeting in February to not invite them. It was also asked to put on the next meeting to have those special districts pay 75% of LAFCO's bills. Currently, it's goes between the 3 jurisdictions with if the special districts sign on, there'll be 9 agencies joining LAFCO and having them pay 75%. The San Juan Bautista Cemetery District is a special district, and I can't imagine them paying a whole lot. So interesting times. It was pretty much a 3-2 vote all the way across the board. And I think it's a matter of getting the new LAFCO commissioners on board to what their roles actually are and how they're supposed to, we as commissioners are supposed to support the whole of the community, not our own jurisdiction. Meaning that I can vote one way as a city council member for the city of San Juan Bautista, but if it goes against a state law, my job as a LAFCO commissioner is black and white, and I have to follow the letter of the law of LAFCO. And I'm not sure that has is understood with the new commissioners. So hopefully it won't take indefinitely for this to occur, and that they are on board with what's going on or what their roles actually are. Another recommendation was, I'm not even sure it was a recommendation. I'm not sure what it was. But the alternates have been allowed to speak. And typically, Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia is the alternate for both the city of San Juan Bautista and the city of Hollister, and is on for his term, for the length of the term. So San Juan has it for 4 years, Hollister had it for the previous 4 years, and it rotates like that. The alternate for the public member speaks on a regular basis. They're not voting members, but they have an opportunity to voice their opinion. And so it was recommended that the alternate for the cities and the alternate for the county be present for future meetings. So a lot of education needs to happen on what we actually do, and we have had community meetings on that. So it sounds like we have to have another full-on community meeting on what the roles of LAFCO actually is. And hopefully, moving forward, we'll all be on a better page. Thank you.
I guess joint powers agreement needs to be defined. Kind of like on COG. Okay.
City council announcements. Councilmember Aranda.
I have none other than I look forward to attending maybe the Valentine's dinner dance.
Nice.
Everyone should go.
Only 200 people can go.
Only 200 people can go.
First 200 are in.
Same, I had the same, and Mike Ponce is staffing the kissing booth, so everybody come on. $5. You go-
Nice. Yay.
Oh, wait, I got one last one. And I know it's not really, well, it's in our town, but we have the Mission K coming up,
Yeah,
right?
the
This weekend.
20.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'll be out there running a 5K. So, yes, so please come out. I'd love to
Nice.
see everyone.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I got one more I forgot. VFW still doing football. Another playoff game, right? And 2 playoff games and then Super Bowl. So they're fun. It's fun hanging out with the old guys and and man, they had that little pub. The heater was turned up to pizza cooker the other day. So it was yeah. So come on down.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, to second, Councilmember Aranda's, notification, there is the 5K run this weekend, and it was even advertised on TV. I'm gonna read from the message that I, received earlier from the CEO of her name is Janine Riddle, and she's the founder and CEO of B Proximity, and it's a new community group to bring awareness to the Black culture and the ever expanding and growing Black resident members in our county. Welcome. They're holding a special dinner dance event on February 1st, which is a Saturday to kick off Black History Month. And it's at the Elks Club, Saturday, February 1st, from 4:45 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. You can go to their website, bproximity.org, to see the information. And the tickets are available for $70 on Eventbrite. And that will, for the event, it's catered dance, and also I'm sure it's for a good cause. So that's February 1st. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
I don't have any announcements.
Thank you. I don't either. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second? Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia, seconded by Councilmember Morris Lopez. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Frios.
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
9:24, yes. Thank you. Thank you all. Nice job on everybody's first day. Oh, we're